don't like. Listen, Art, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
This is the moment of truth. There's been a new front that's opened up in the MAGA Civil War. First, it was Trump and Tucker Carlson at odds. Then Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are palling around. Next, Fuentes declared that MAGA is dead. And now Trump is publicly denouncing Marjorie Taylor Greene because she won't let go of the Epstein files. I would go and get some popcorn and watch the show, but I'm too scared of choking to death from eating while laughing. But it's not Trump, Green, or even Fuentes that I'd be laughing at. Now, the people who deserve our derision are the Democrat shills who were talking about how Project 2025 was going to be the end of America. And you notice that since the elections 2 weeks ago, they're not saying that anymore. In fact, looking at how the polls have been trending since the summer, they haven't been saying that. They've been having a good old time pointing at the MAGA faithful and asking, is this your king? That kind of thing. And there's a lesson in that for the people who might have bought into all of that hysteria. You better learn how to recognize political ops when you see them. Now, as for MAGA forming a circular firing squad, the reason the white right keeps running into this problem over and over is because their movements are all about phony white grievance. You have the in crowd, the establishment, the dominant society who the country is always produced for, and the only way that they can try to justify their own immoral behavior is to offer up phony objections based on lies. Nobody's oppressing these people because no one has the power or the desire to. They still act the way that their ancestors acted and have to try to justify it through lies, so nothing they say is ever going to be consistent. Of course, these creeps are at each other's throats. What do you think happened after the end of the 19th century when they had colonized the world? Did the Europeans finally calm down and become civilized after that? Or did they immediately rearm and begin shooting at one another? The Europeans can't afford to be honest about their behavior, and that's why they keep repeating the same cycle over and over. And that goes for the political left as well. You got to stop listening to them and start listening to the black media. All of you shills, bootlicks, DNC plants, and ops who have spent the last 10 years trying to co-opt our movement and our message to denounce us, who lied about us and told people that we were Russian bots, and who said vote blue no matter who, and that the Democrats are our only hope. But then no sooner than the Democrats scored their first major victory during Trump's second term, than they immediately turned around and surrendered to the Republicans. So much for the so-called resistance, huh? If these people knew what the hell they were talking about, how come none of them was talking about how America was going to bear witness to a MAGA civil war, and that apparently all of these croakings of doom and gloom weren't actually going to materialize? Things have gone exactly as the black media told you they would, because as the black media, we don't act from a place of fear. We act from a place of cold, clinical analyses. What I say doesn't have to please the shills. In fact, I work to make sure it doesn't, because they're liars and fools. All my words have to be is the truth. And how do we know truth from lies? What is the objective standard to tell the difference? Time. Time reveals everything. And we didn't have to wait long at all to see if the orange man being back in office would be some fascist takeover, like certain people were saying. And we didn't have to wait long to see if the Democrats and their operatives were full of it. And here the establishment right thought that their biggest issue would be whether or not Nick Fuentes could elbow his way into being Charlie Kirk's heir apparent. Now they got another problem. Trump is now having a public spat with a woman who used to be one of his biggest boosters. Marjorie Greene has totally changed her tone and her demeanor in the last couple of months. She's not doing the hick, mean girl persona that she's been running since she got into politics. Now she's trying to talk like a statesman. She's trying to talk like she wants to run for the Senate or something. Or maybe she has her sights set on higher offices than that. She's talking to the base like she's the leader of the party, more than Mike Johnson. Marjorie Greene's dramatic tonal shift certainly seems to be her testing the political waters on that one, but before she can call herself putting together any presidential exploratory committees, She's going to need to have a big flashy victory that she can point to all her own. She has no major legislation that she's ever written, nothing that she can point to and say, I wrote that law for such and such. So her leading the charge on releasing the Epstein files is definitely the next best thing. And if it takes down some of the establishment GOP, even better, because it makes her someone who can say, I'm the one who's actually draining the swamp. Everybody else was talking about it, but I actually did something about it. That seems to be the political calculus that she's using. But if she's able to actually pull it off, I wonder, what are the Democrats going to say then? What about their activist base? What about their pundit class? These are individuals who are cursing Nick Fuentes, telling everybody that he's mobbed up with Donald Trump, visiting Mar-a-Lago, an open anti-Semite. He's a core part of Project 2025. Remember that? Nick Fuentes was proof positive that Trump was pure evil and that he had to be stopped, and that this was a right-wing fascist takeover that was going to happen if he got reelected. But now there seems to be some ambiguity about Nick Fuentes. He's flawed, but otherwise making valid points. Notice how none of these people ever points to the black media? Our message hasn't changed one iota. I told you from the very beginning that while Trump's deportations were nice to see, the problem was that the Republican-controlled Congress had not ponied up the resources that would be necessary for this absolutely epic task. Their effort wasn't broad enough or aggressive enough to actually be truly effective. And I also pointed out that Donald Trump had been making exceptions for certain industries almost from the very beginning. What that means are certain agribusiness corporations who were telling him to protect their bottom line and to not deport their slave labor and to force them to hire Americans at livable wages. That's what they wanted an exception from. He made exceptions for farms first, and then home builders, and now he's moved on to what the tech bros wanted, an exception for those B-1 visas, which means mostly programmers from India. That's what these white guys are so furious about, because tech was supposed to be their private preserve. That's the reason why you had all of these young, angry white guys online talking about we need to be deporting all of the Indians. That's where a large amount of this Indian hate, quote unquote, has been coming from. Why do you think those creeps from Doge like Marco Velez were specifically singling out Indians when he talked about who he's racist against and who he wanted to see deported? And why is it that you got all of these online white males who are nutting up when it comes to Indians? White supremacy is a system of goodies, giveaways, but most importantly, guarantees. White supremacy is a devil's bargain between white power and those classified as white, that they would never have to compete for their daily bread. That was the promise that was made hundreds of years ago, because every time they had to compete, most of them failed. This is why you got all those white guys who are pointing their ire at the Indians, but it never occurred to them that the white elites looked and think that immigrants will be grateful just to be here, and that they won't even occasionally grumble, like these white guys do. There's no real danger of this resulting in a permanent fracture between the Indians and the angry white males, by the way. After all, the Indians in their culture do idolize white skin. India sells more skin bleaching products than anywhere else on earth. It's the same factor at work with the mass deportations. Those didn't result in mass riots at U.S. embassies all over Latin America. They would never do that because many of them identify as white themselves. But what's happening is the hardcore right-wing ideology that the MAGA base wanted is running headlong into Trump's cock and bull con man routine. All of that model minority stuff, that was just white power doing the usual game of propping up a buffer group whose entire purpose was to give them the ability to say, hey, there can't be any racism. Black people are lying after all. How do you explain the success of these people over here? Yeah, these cherry-picked immigrants who they handpicked to let in and selectively gave them special programs and tangibles set aside just for immigrants. How do you explain their success, right? Now, black people knew the game. These other people didn't. And now they're seeing that the white hand that had the power to give them everything also has the power to take it away and was just waiting for the opportunity to do so. And speaking of taking things, that's what these people who thought that they were white power adjacent have to do now. They just have to take it. This is an issue that's gained more steam with the now public split between Trump and Congresswoman Green. She's on TV talking about how she's going to propose legislation that's going to phase out the B-1 visa program altogether. Combine that with her refusal to withdraw her vote to open the Epstein files, and that's why Trump is publicly denouncing her now. He's calling her a whack job, and he's also said that if anyone in her district wants to challenge her in a primary, he would support them. So he's gone from Marjorie Greene is good people to get this loser out of here. Now, this is important because all of this is happening without the Democrats being in charge of the government. In fact, it's all happening without the Democrats doing anything at all. Same way that the 2020 uprisings was what led to the police finally getting arrested and charged on a regular basis, at least part of the time. And now we're seeing MAGA go the same way as the alt-right, but not because Democrats brought it down. Not because Democrats organized themselves and pushed legislation or got a whole bunch of candidates on the ballot or finally stonewalled the white rights agenda somehow, but because white supremacy is a gang of thieves. And there's no honor among thieves. Of course, these guys are at each other's throats. They don't have any core principles. They don't have any guiding set of beliefs. All they have are demonic impulses and a psychopathic anti-Black obsession. But this is more proof that these online operatives have been totally fear-mongering and gaslighting us from the jump. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of individuals who were lecturing us before now about how dangerous the Orange Man and his crew would be if they got back in office. Now these same people are going to be claiming that they knew these guys were going to turn on each other the whole time. Family, in less than a week, we've seen both the Democrats and the Republicans turning on each other in less than a week. Democrats went from a major political victory to capitulating on the shutdown, and now, a few days after that, Trump and the Republicans went from bragging that they broke the Democrat stonewall on the shutdown to now all of these guys forming a circular firing squad. This is not about these guys infighting with one another. This is about understanding what their real goal is: donor dollars in return for political policy, and that policy is ultimately to maintain a racial hierarchy. Both parties have shown their total devotion to that, no matter what their squabbling in public may be. But I hope now that with these recent developments, a few more of you are understanding what you saw last year was some world-class hysteria. And I need you to remember who your favorite cable talking heads were who spread that nonsense and how these political prostitutes lied to you. We didn't have to change our tune. They had to change theirs. Yes, MAGA is vile and evil, but no more than the Democrat establishment. What are they going to do to actually fight the policies that the white right has enacted? Nothing. All they care about is catering to the same corporate interests as Trump. And if the only difference between the two major parties is their rhetoric, then that means there is no difference. And speaking of no difference, that also goes for our agenda as well. That also goes for our demands. That goes for our hardline stance. That's not going to change either. So what are the people who told us that Project 2025 was going to be the end of America? Now, with the MAGA Civil War having broken out, what are they going to say to fearmonger people for next year's midterms? The MAGA Gestapo that they warned us about never materialized. Instead, I'm willing to bet they're going to go back to the old playbook. That's how white supremacy is. They don't have any new moves. They just do the same thing, only more of it. They'll point out GOP dysfunction, and they'll also say, hey, Trump hasn't done anything about inflation. He's only made it worse. And something AI is going to take all your jobs. That's what they'll be saying. Never mind that the tech bros building those data centers that are going to use up all the water and accelerate global warming with how much energy they require. All of that stuff came out of California, and they didn't do anything to rein them in there either. Though they did make sure to fight tooth and claw against reparations. Now that they did do. So while watching the maggots have their public brawls may be entertaining, just keep in mind, last week the Democrats showed you that no matter how bad the rancor may seem to be publicly, they have no problem in a heartbeat making common cause with the Republicans and going ahead and making a deal. Ultimately, that's how this is going to shake out. All you have are two groups of anti-Black zealots arguing amongst themselves about which one of them is going to hold the whip over us. And
whoa. Oh, sorry about that. It was ending anyway, I guess. Everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. And if you are new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel, test it out, and see if you like it. If you don't, there will be no harm, no foul. It seems to be an acquired taste these days. Professor Black Truth is absolutely right on several different fronts. We'll be talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene after the news articles are over. She is an interesting case. We'll also hear, a little clip from Vivek Ramaswamy speaking of Indians who are finally figuring out exactly what MAGA is at root. And I also agree that the Democrats they're lucking into this. This whole MAGA riff, none of this is happening because Democrats had some grand scheme. They're not playing chess. They are very lucky. And they're really lucky that Trump seemingly deliberately brought third and fourth tier level people into his administration, mainly because, smart people tend to be able to think for themselves and have a spine. They know how to say no. And the people he's brought in, with one or two exceptions, they're pretty much sycophants and fourth level midwit sycophants. And Ryan, as far as solutions go, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. What solution do you have? Um, and even if you have solutions, what power do you have to implement them? So I'm never sure whether you're joking or whether you're serious with some of this stuff that you love typing in. Professor Black Truth points out in this particular case several valid issues with MAGA. And I will reemphasize, it is at root a white nationalist movement. It doesn't matter which faction you're a part of, they are white nationalists. And may I remind you that my particular way of thinking is, if you support racists, you are a racist. So bear that in mind. Only complaints? Well, funny you didn't say only invalid complaints. If something is real, what's wrong with complaining about it? Squeaky wheel gets the grease there, young man. So anyway, let us move on to the first story. In reversal, Trump says House Republicans should vote to release Epstein files. And my guess is that it's a rolling train, and he's not going to be able to stop it. Where he may be able to snag it will be the Senate, which will require 60 votes. Now, I'm not sure he has the 60 votes on the Republican side. We will see. But I think the House is a foregone conclusion. So he might as well support it, I guess. So let's listen to this little clip here.
US President Donald Trump on Sunday urged Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of files related
This
to Jeffrey
volume is
Epstein.
low.
This Truth Social post marks a reverse on Trump's stance
You know what?
around documents linked.
Let me just read this. I don't know what's up with the volume there. Says here, President Donald Trump said House Republicans should vote to release the files in the Jeffrey Epstein case, a startling reversal after previously fighting the proposal as a growing number of those in his own party supported it. We have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax. Is it a Democrat hoax that his name is mentioned in some of these emails? How is that a Democrat hoax? Is it a hoax to point out, ooh, look, that says Donald Trump? We have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by the radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party. Yeah, okay. Trump wrote on social media late Sunday after landing at Joint Base Andrews following a weekend in Florida. Trump's statement followed a fierce fight within the GOP over the files, including an increasingly nasty split between Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had long been one of his fiercest supporters. The president's shift is an implicit acknowledgement that supporters of the measure have enough votes to pass it in the House, although it has an unclear future in the Senate. And I guess he's going to bank on roughing up the Senate. And even if it passes, to be honest, even if it passes, he gets to veto the bill. What they're going to have to do is have a veto-proof majority because he is going to veto it. And I don't think you're going to be able to get a 2/3 of the Senate. I don't think so. But who knows? So he really shouldn't have put up a lot of resistance in the first place, to be honest. It's an uphill climb, but it will stay in the news. But he stands a better chance of quashing it if he just lets it go through the process and vetoes it, and they can't override the veto. So anyway, this is Letters from an American. My favorite female historian, Heather Cox Richardson, reminds us in her newsletter from last night. Last Thursday, Michael Schmidt reported in the New York Times the story of the 17-year-old girl the House Ethics Committee found former Representative Matt Gaetz likely paid to have sex. He likely paid to have sex with her. The girl was a homeless high schooler who needed to supplement the money she made from her job at McDonald's to be able to pay for braces. Through a sugar dating website that connected older men with younger women, she met Florida tax collector Joel Greenberg, who introduced her to Gaetz. Both men allegedly took drugs with her and paid for sex, allegedly including at a party at the home of the former Republican member of the Florida legislature, Chris Dorworth. And I'm not going to go much farther than that, though there's a lot of good stuff in this letter not talking about Matt Gaetz. But what I want to emphasize is the Republicans have a huge problem with this. Frankly, it's pedophilia. Matt Gaetz has been in trouble. Trump has been found liable for SA. I just don't understand how these Christian nationalists can take the high road when they have so many people in their midst who are just criminals, basically. So all I can say is MAGA has gotten what it has voted for. Fred, yeah, come back. I get to choose what's important, and if the Congress is actually going to be voting on this, as a matter of fact, it's the biggest thing in American politics right now. So I'll see you when you get back. And Ryan, MAGA is as white nationalistic. Yeah. Of course, you're going to do whataboutism. You can't say MAGA without saying Democrats. It must be some unwritten rule to people like you. I don't even know how to respond to that. So the head of FEMA resigns. Richardson had been hard to reach during Texas floods. So David Richardson, who's been in the head of FEMA for a whole 6 months, resigned today after a brief tenure leading the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We'll just listen to this right quick.
You're listening to FEMA Head Resigns. Richardson had been hard to reach during Texas floods. A news story written by Brianna Sachs and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. David Richardson on Monday resigned as acting head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, according to people familiar with the situation. Ending a brief tenure leading an agency the administration had publicly expressed a desire to dismantle. Richardson, who spent about 6 months as the acting head of the nation's disaster response agency, kept a low profile and was known for frequently being inaccessible, including during the early hours of the flood disaster in Texas over the 4th of July weekend. In recent months, current agency employees said Richardson spent limited time in daily operations meetings and shrank away from his role. In one meeting, according to people within FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security, he said he did not expect to be in the position after Thanksgiving. FEMA and DHS did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Richardson, a former Marine Corps artillery officer who was leading the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office, took over for Cameron Hamilton in May, after Homeland Security Kristi L. Noem ousted Hamilton for publicly contradicting the administration's desired aim to eliminate FEMA. Richardson was leading the agency in an acting capacity and maintained both this role and his position at CWMD. At the beginning of November, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees FEMA, no longer allowed Richardson to do interviews or answer other media requests, according to an official with knowledge of the situation who spoke on the condition of anonymity. In September, the Post reported that Richardson was unreachable during the critical early hours of the Texas floods. He had been on a weekend trip with his 2 sons and did not jump into the ongoing disaster response until Sunday evening, nearly 2 days after the swollen rivers swept through communities, a disaster that ultimately killed at least 130 people. During his first day at FEMA, Richardson held an all-hands meeting that quickly made headlines. He told thousands of staff members listening in, "Don't get in my way." He was there to achieve the president's intent for FEMA, which would probably transform the agency. "What it's going to look like in the end, we'll find out," he said, and then added, "I and I alone speak for FEMA."
This holiday season, skip the stress of buying or leasing a car. With FlexCar,
Those damn commercials. Let's see here. What is next? I don't really have much to say other than I'm not sure what's going to happen to FEMA. What I have heard is that Trump wants to push disaster relief back onto the states, which I'm not sure that that is a good thing. Acts of God, the federal, there are more resources at the federal level, not just money, but equipment, coordinating intrastate operations. A lot of times when there are big electrical outages, you wind up bringing in resources from all over the place. The federal government's a lot better at coordinating, between the states. I don't think that's a good idea personally, but Trump is not the best and brightest, and neither are his advisors. So, what have we here? Trump. Let's see. Supreme Court will hear Trump's defense of curbs on asylum claim processing. Now, I'm going to have to admit, I don't know that much about asylum other than it is literally, in some cases, required by statute. And I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. It says Supreme Court will review a Trump administration policy of turning away potential asylum seekers at the U.S.-Mexico border before they entered the U.S. An immigrant rights group and asylum seekers sued over the metering policy, and its appeals court and an appeals court sided with the migrants. The Biden administration rescinded metering, but the Trump team wants to retain the option to revive it when border conditions justify doing so. So I guess I'll wait for the case to come to court. I don't actually know much about metering, but I do know that asylum, it's covered in statute. So I'm not exactly sure of the ins and outs. I guess when they announce a date of the hearing, I'll do more research into it. So next, federal officials confirm immigration enforcement operations are underway in Charlotte, North Carolina. On Saturday, U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents began immigration enforcement operations in Charlotte, North Carolina, with arrests reported across multiple locations, federal officials confirmed. The administration said deployments were intended to protect Americans and remove public safety threats, while the federal government had not publicly announced the push prompting local complaints. Local supporters and viewers captured masked agents arresting a man at 4750 South Boulevard and detaining people across South Boulevard and Central Avenue, while Paula Garcia said, basically what we're seeing is that there have been lots of people being pulled over. Interesting. Local leaders responded by saying Vi Lyles, Charlotte Mayor, Mark Gerald, Mecklenburg County Commission Chair, and Stephanie Sneed, Charlotte Mecklenburg Board of Education Chair, urged peaceful expression amid fear, while Governor Josh Stein, North Carolina governor, noted most detainees lack convictions and urged reporting inappropriate behavior. Not even sure what that means. As context, Charlotte counts more than 900,000 residents, including over 150,000 foreign-born, while recent operations in Chicago and Portland face judicial orders and legal scrutiny for warrantless detentions. Well, I didn't know Charlotte had that big an illegal immigrant problem, but we'll see how that goes. I would think that the South is a little bit more amenable to Trump and his agenda. This is just another CNN take. Let's play this video. If it'll play.
That was the moment Willie Wender Aceituno Medina had his window smashed in by federal agents in Charlotte, North Carolina. Medina says that an officer told him to open his car door or the officer would break his window. Medina was detained shortly after, despite having a real ID.
Get rolling! Check him out! They just ID'd him! I am citizen, man. My wallet is here. Check my wallet.
CNN could not independently confirm the man's immigration status, but real ID cards are only available to people with some form of legal status. Medina says after being driven for about 10 minutes, an agent finally checked his documentation and real ID before letting Medina go. CNN has reached out to Customs and Border Protection and the Department of Homeland Security for comment.
Yeah, at some point I'm going to gather up all these incidents of overreach. They're smashing this dude's window and then letting him go a few minutes later. Man, that is bad news. So staying with the immigrant stuff, how foreign student enrollment is shifting in the U.S. in 6 charts. We won't get that much into the charts, but this says that there has been a 17% decline in new students this fall after Trump policy changes, a key survey shows. So we'll play a little bit of this just to see if there's anything interesting.
Made it more challenging to obtain student visas. Data released Monday by the Institute of International Education shows. The figures, based on a survey of more than 825 colleges and universities, provide one of the clearest views of the potential effect of measures President Donald Trump's administration has taken that make it more difficult for foreign students to come to the U.S. That effort has included restricting travel from 19 nations, pushing schools to limit the number of foreign students, temporarily pausing student visa screening interviews while the government revamped procedures to include tougher social media rules,
applications,
and canceling visas for students accused of crimes, overstaying their visa, or participating in pro-Palestinian protests. The White House and the Education Department did not respond to requests for comment on the latest data, but an Education Department spokesman said in a statement earlier this month that colleges that receive taxpayer money should prioritize expanding opportunities for American students. The spokesman also said the administration wants to ensure that people who come to the United States to study respect our laws, values, and national interests. Many experts expect the numbers will fall next year, as well as many foreigners decide to study in other countries instead.
Yeah.
The number of international students applying to study at U.S. colleges next year has fallen 9%, according to data collected from students who applied using the Common Application by November 1st. The largest drops occurred among applicants from Asia and Africa. Domestic applicants rose 7%. Some advocates argue the decline in new international student enrollment will ultimately hurt the U.S. economy because immigrants often play a key role in starting companies and in research. International students aren't just tuition revenue, said Chris Glass, a Boston College professor and researcher on international higher education. A decline in international students is not just a matter for next year's enrollment cycle for universities. It's a strategic setback for America's role as a hub of global talent, science, and innovation. Glass and others say universities depend on international students to help power research projects, bolster their revenue, and help expose domestic students to a broader array of cultures and ideas. Foreign students make up about 6% of enrollment at U.S. colleges.
I want to stop it right here. I actually think that we are shooting ourselves in the foot with limiting the enrollment of foreign student enrollment like this. It's also an opportunity to snag some top talent from other countries. So the xenophobia is going to come back and bite the white nationalists. What's up, Nidish?
So you believe that the international students is what gives America a little bit of glow versus homegrown students?
No, I believe that it is an opportunity to snag the best and brightest from other countries. That nothing more complicated than that.
Okay. So the xenophobia is a bad thing. But I want to say something against Stanley's thumbnail. What'd he say? I try to stay away from, but he be with me, so he be with one dumb nigga for damn sure.
Oh no, the algorithm.
No, I understand the algorithm, but he hangs around one dumb nigga. This one right here. But yeah, to the people that's
no. Wait, hold it. You're taking it. It literally was something that Man of Tomorrow, I think it was Man of Tomorrow, said. And I thought it was pretty funny, so I figured I'd use it as a show title. Okay. He wasn't talking about you specifically, or actually no one in particular. It's literally the algorithm that he's talking about.
No, I understand what Man of Tomorrow is talking about, and I understand about the algorithm also. My thing is, I believe in self-deprecation a little bit, and that's why I think this is a good topic. A little bit. It was a little bit because I'm not all that dumb. But when I think about the international students and them coming here as like a hub for intelligence, does it really bolster America because America's homegrown? We need more of us from here to have those aspirations. And I say this to a lot of people when they get upset with me with family members. I say, if your kids is outside playing in the dirt and they get into like archaeology, you're supposed to support whatever it is they're focused on. Don't try to make them be a football player when they're not. Don't try to make them be a rapper when they're not. Figure out what it is that they're into and then get them focused and driven about that thing. We used to be a lot of and everything else, so we need to get back to what we used to do.
Well, you've kind of missed this education stuff is really something that I've been talking about ever since I've had a show. If anything, I'm probably to the right of just about anybody you'll talk to when it comes to education. I tell the story about I think it was a place called Johns Creek in Georgia. It might not have been Johns Creek, but it's somewhere over in that Forsyth County area. Mm-hmm. It was a ritzy white neighborhood, and the high school was a great high school. The kids were doing well. The white kids were doing well. They all the AP classes, salutatorian, valedictorian, everything was nice and high achieving until the Asians moved in. Well, the Asians moved in and started kicking the shit out of these white kids academically. They took over the AP courses. The white kids were no longer valedictorian and salutatorian and taking home all the honors. So what did the white parents do? They didn't say, hey, kids, you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and work harder and achieve. No, they did white flight. They left and went south, to another county, reestablished themselves in another mostly white high school. So my point is that, you know what? American kids are not achieving because we're bringing in foreign students. If you want to compete against the best and brightest throughout the world when they get here, then how about get off your fucking video game and crack open a book and study? I don't have any mercy on white kids, black kids, or any kids. If foreigners are coming over here and outperforming, you don't run away and do white flight. You hunker down and you compete.
I agree with you right there.
So that's all I'm saying. I personally don't fear. And the other thing, and John Galt, this is funny. John Galt, loved to drag me on this. When I told him, hey, you know what? I raised my son. Now, I was half joking when I said this, but I raised my son to an Asian standard. Okay. There was none of this bullshit, of you're capable of doing it. I expect performance. And luckily he was, smart enough to listen. And he's at a major engineering school and he scholarshiped into it. I personally don't fear white kids. I don't fear Asian kids. I know what I'm capable of. I know what my son's capable of. We can compete. So I don't accept that, the foreigners are taking our jobs. We'll fucking outperform them.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. When you say far right, can you be more specific when you say far right?
Well, generally I mean MAGA.
Okay, so conservative.
So MAGA and anything to the right of MAGA, I consider far right. Now, I'm being slightly hyperbolic with MAGA, but not much.
But what I'm saying is this: it takes a father that's like you in order to create a son like your son.
Oh, that's the second component. I don't mean to cut you off because I wasn't quite done. Parenting is key. I'm just as hard on the parents. If you're not demanding that your kids perform, then you're not doing your job as a parent. So I'm sorry, I had to cut you off. I'm harder on the parents, or would be.
Well, yeah, they need somebody to be the whipping person to get them like that. I was in school in 2007. I went back to learn some computer skills and stuff, and I was in class with a young man his name was So, and he was crying because he got a B.
Well, my son made one.
It was dishonor to the family.
Well, my son made 1B in 12 years of school. And I basically, it was my fault that he got the B. I'm not going to get into details, but it was a band class. And you know what? I actually called the teacher about the B because it was indeed my fault. I made a decision and it kind of cost him some points. And then I went to the teacher's boss and he was a vice principal, and I started to go to the school board because I could get the grade reversed. Believe me, it's because it wasn't a grade issue. It was a band uniform. He was in a symphony orchestra or some bullshit like that. Anyway, I won't get into details, but you know what? I finally just told my son, you know what? Screw it. Because I called my sister, who's a retired teacher, and I explained the situation, and I asked her, should I go to the board and just raise hell about it? And she said, no, you know what? You're just really going to hurt him at school. He was a sophomore at the time. So, you don't want to be one of those parents because, it winds up stigmatizing the child. So I didn't like the teacher anyway, so I just ate the B. And I said I ate it because I was the cause of it. So that was his B. It was a parental fuck up, and that was that. But what I'm trying to say is that parents are everything. If kids are going to these schools and getting $100,000 loans to get, a degree in art history, well, that's a parent that's a parent who did not advise the child well. And I know there's single parents, and there are kids whose parents aren't all that great and all that stuff. There are always going to be exceptions, but when possible, the parents need to get in there, get their hands dirty, know what their kids are doing, and advise them. And if the parents don't know what's up, they need to seek help. There's plenty of guidance counselors and all kinds of assets out there that a parent can take advantage of.
Yeah.
So,
well, I came up here just to say that. I don't want to interrupt your show. I want you to continue. Shout out to MOT.
No, that's fine. I can always use the good company.
Yes, sir.
But I rest assured, people who've really, been with the show, they know my stance on education. I'm hardcore about it. So I just don't get spooked by H-1B people or anything like that. I know Americans can compete, but that one, were you up here? Let me show you this right quick before you leave. Vivek Ramaswamy. And I have pretty much, I don't like Vivek's politics, but I do agree with this one thing where he says, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. That's pretty much what I have to say in a nutshell. We worship mediocrity.
We do.
And complain when we get outperformed.
The one thing I can definitely give to Vivek Ramaswamy is that he know how to talk shit.
Yeah, it's gotten him in trouble, that's for sure. But that's the only thing I like about him. He gets American culture right, and I can tell you right now, MAGA hates him for it. Usha Vance, JD Vance's wife, super smart. She clerked. She was a law clerk for John Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh. She clerked for two Supreme Court justices. So I think she actually married down.
Sometimes that's what they have to do. Acknowledge the quality of the wife that they have and the difference they can make in their life. I think that Hillary actually elevated Bill.
You're probably right about that. Though he was supposedly smart, but he's
supposed to have been a role
what it is people like Bill Clinton are smart, but they're lazy.
Yeah.
And narratives, let's see. He says they have special clubs at colleges for Asians, and they do not invite black students and only a few whites, not to mention black kids clubs. Look, my response is and
yeah, it is. And
blacks don't necessarily need to be in Asian clubs.
I saw those Asian clubs when I went back to school in 2007. They was trade and work and whatever else. They work as groups, and that's shout out to them. You have to earn that if you want to be a part of that. They shouldn't accept you.
Well, but the thing is, there are plenty of places like Berkeley, or I'm sure Stanford and UCLA. I'm sure that the Divine Nine have a presence there.
Yeah,
they're not actually doing something similar, and maybe they are. It's a shame, but don't get hung up on what the Asians are doing. or you know what other groups of people are doing. There's nothing saying somebody can't form a club of their own. And I'm gonna be honest. Now, this is me, so just take it with a grain of salt. And I, you know, am kind of the odd man out. I detested study groups. I learn differently, and I don't like a whole lot of other people, you know, interfering with my learning process. So I've literally never done a group study, not even two people studying. Can't do it. I've got to do it on my own. So black kids don't particularly need to be a part of an Asian club to excel, in my opinion. Now, you know, they're always going to be, you know, nepotism. We talked about it on the topic came up on your show in the chat this morning.
I think it's a good thing to do. Also, I would say this. I went off on the D9 about a year and a half ago and had all these different fraternity dudes come over and try to tell me what I didn't understand. When I let them know, I do understand y'all gang. Don't try to make it seem like y'all not a gang and y'all an exclusive gang. Y'all bourgeoisie, Jack and Jill. Don't come over here and say that. Don't do that. It's okay, but I'm just saying, don't act like y'all are part of the community and we all is one. We're not. You mess with your fraternity brothers, and she messed with her sorority sisters. Beyond that, y'all think these other people are chimpanzees. Cut it out.
What's up there, Narratives? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Good after. Well, salute, brother. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Stanley. I wasn't. One thing about me, I'm all for black students having their own. You know, I work at a college, and the thing is, the problem is that the students are complaining that, you know, by them having their own club, their own black club, it has to be, in order for it to be a black club, it has to be open to everyone, as to where you have Filipino, the Vietnamese club, the Japanese club, all those different clubs are private, and they go shut off to themselves, and they talk in their groups, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, why does every time when black people have their own clubs that they have to share it? You see what I'm saying? So that's what they're protesting against in the schools, and it is unfair. Everything should not be people of color, and that also falls under the umbrella of Filipino, just Asians, you know, Latinos. When it comes to black, and this is what they're trying to get rid of, so that black people, black students who are foundational, born American people, to have their own clubs. And I've spoke about this even on Night's channel some years ago. You know, when we talked about where it's just not, it's being policed.
Well, where do the fraternities and sororities?
Before I go,
how do they fit into
the a fair is where they sell cotton candy and candy apples. So fair is not going, you know, they don't really care about being fair.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. But
what do I mean? How have the sororities and fraternities?
That's totally different, Stanley.
Yeah, I know it's different, but I mean, I'm just shocked that
okay,
you know.
Let me explain that. Let me explain that.
Okay.
Clubs for a specific group are clubs for a specific group. Okay. Asian, they have their own group. Black Americans have their own group, but with provisions. It's always having to be policed. Now, as far as the D9, that's something totally different. Everybody can't get in D9. I'm a part of the D9. I'm an alpha.
You know what I was saying is, I mean, I'm surprised that something like I don't know, the alphas. You know, it could just be a club that's formed kind of as an offshoot. You know, not the fraternity itself, but oh hey, you know, alpha's gonna go out, and we're gonna sponsor a club. You know, similar to what the other groups are doing. It doesn't have to even be that, you know, chartered or anything. It's just a club.
Yeah, what
Alpha sponsors it.
Yeah, but what we sponsor are, you know, kids that are like elementary grade level, that type of thing, not at the college, because we can reach them. We can reach them way before they get to 4-year colleges. But working at the junior college level, we're trying to do that as well. It's not happening yet because we're still trying to get approval because they don't support junior college level fraternities. Maybe Phi Theta Kappa, something like that.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I just, the story I told about, the white flight from Asian excellence just tells me everything I need to know. Professor Black Truth, that first video I showed, basically said that, white supremacy, basically, one of the tenets is there should be no competition. And Ryan talks about Vivek, his critique is about DEI. No, Ryan, that's not what that tweet is about. It's not about DEI. It literally says American culture. American culture is not DEI. So I pretty much know what I'm talking about here. And when you start talking about based on merit, America does not have a meritocracy, not a strict meritocracy. There's so much nepotism and old boy networkism, and that's not a bad thing. But we fool ourselves when we start talking about a meritocracy. We've never had one. There are meritocratic like elements to the corporate ladder, for instance, but it is by no means a strict meritocracy. The closest thing we have to a meritocracy in America, in American culture, is the military. And that is indeed a meritocracy, but not a perfect one. So
that's facts.
You need to go do your homework, Ryan. And stop defending these MAGA talking points you want to spout at me.
But you know what though, I know Night want to get in, but you know what, Stanley, the thing is, too often you just find the good old boy system. Like you said, nepotism is not a bad thing. Do you remember in the 80s and the 90s? Well, I was a kid in the 80s, but at the 90s.
I was in high school in the 80s.
Yeah, I was at the end of the 90s graduating high school. But let's just say this: the kids. I mean, you would often find people that would say, "Damn, I just lost some train of thought. I was right on the tip of my tongue, man. Just let me think."
Oh, you're having one of those Stanley Senior moments. It must be contained.
Oh yeah. The good old boy system exists everywhere, and nepotism is not a bad thing. But you remember the saying they used to say back then: it's about who you know, and not what you know. Do you think that has changed any now, or do you think that?
No, that will be it.
Sorry, say that again.
You remember back when everybody would graduate in college, and they were, especially black students, it was very hard for them to find jobs after graduating, and they were like, especially in Atlanta, a place like Atlanta, Charlotte, they would say it's not about who you know. I mean, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know, because you're gonna go in on it and get trained.
I think you're right, largely. Let me tell you a story. When I got out of college, one of the jobs I applied to was Merck. I had a chemistry degree, basically pharmaceutical sales, and I don't even know how I found out about the job, but I applied for it. They flew me up to Memphis. And it was like one of these multi-tiered interview things. It was like a day of interviews. And, if you're successful, they'll bump you up to the next interview. Well, the very last interview I had, you'll never believe this. I sat down and the guy looked at my resume and he's like, "Oh, you went to Benedictine?" I'm like, "It's a Catholic school in Savannah." And I'm like, "Yeah, it was my high school." "Oh, my son went to BC." So we literally the whole interview talked BC football. And he was a white guy, but as it turned out, I got the job. And that final interview was literally about my high school, how's the football team doing, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because sometimes you can go in as a stiff-necked pencil geek in an interview, all dressed up, and you would think, oh yeah, well, here's my master's degree, here's my second master's degree, I'm in a suit and a tie and I'm clean cut. They won't even hire your ass, but they'll hire Billy Bob that will come in there, and
but this was one of those times when Billy Bob's father hired me because I'd gone to school with Billy Bob. So sometimes it can work in odd ways. Like I said, we didn't even talk about the job in that final.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. But
it's one of these things where nepotism actually worked. Outside, I guess, a racial aspect. So it basically, I think that, and this was in the late 80s, by the way. So I graduated from high school in 83. So we're talking, I think this was right around 87 or so. So, I mean, I don't know. I've just never had problems getting a job, even in Georgia.
Yeah, same thing with me. I never had a problem with a job at all, in Georgia, whether it's in Charlotte, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, or even California. I'm just that person that's been fortunate, and it's more of my skill set and talent. And
but I mean, fortunate, yes, but I don't know. I would have to ask a lot of questions to figure out if there was a problem with Black kids coming out of college in the 80s, finding jobs in places like Atlanta. I would have to ask a whole lot more qualifying questions.
The qualifying questions would be because of the school that you went to as well. That played a big part. And even it got even worse. And even today now, I have friends that graduated from the Morehouse School of Medicine, and they've done their residency.
Really? With MD?
Yes, and they can't, and they're not getting the jobs that they want. They happen to be doctors at a college or school, or teach high school. Yeah, new doctors, very new.
I'm to teach at high school?
Yeah.
Really?
It's pretty sad, man. Yes. Right out here in California.
Well, I wonder. That's interesting.
Remember when you said earlier about the Asian people that are out doing everyone, not just Black, but when you spoke about Johns Creek and all that, that was so true because I lived there.
That's how right where Johns Creek is.
Yes, that's a very upscale town. I lived there.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a house there, right in Beaufort, by the
mall. Oh, nice.
Remember? We talked about that, and Forsyth County, all that, yes, but a very you still, even Black students do succeed up in that area as well. I think even Black students that lived in Decatur and in the hood succeeded as well, but they only succeeded if they were good athletes, meaning they would take those students from the hood and bring them over to some of the white schools to play football, and they would just pass them, and I think that too was a part of, they don't speak on that when it comes to DEI. I think that's a part of DEI as well, but they are okay if you're a good athlete and you make their school look good.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I was on Nightish's show early this morning. I couldn't sleep, and he starts really early.
Yeah,
on East Coast time.
Nightish got down from here. He got down.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll talk to him later. He's probably sleepy.
Oh,
I hope he didn't hear that. But he, you, me, and him ought to get together, and maybe Manna tomorrow, if he's interested. Some of the topics, like this particular topic, getting a job coming out of college, the old boy network, nepotism. I was talking to Nightish about something called The Racial Contract. It was a book that a guy named Charles W. Mills wrote probably about 11 or 12 years ago. And in my mind, it's a classic. He was a philosopher, but it's a classic. And I read it recently. And it just really gave me the language to actually talk about some of these cultural things that people don't want to talk about. And when people think that I'm being all quote racist and all this stuff, when I say that Western culture and American culture in particular, it is literally set up for whites and non-whites are kind of like an afterthought. And I don't just mean black people, I mean non-whites. And it's basically freedom, for instance. The concept of freedom is a racial concept. And it's almost no way that it can't be the way America was founded, and really the way modern Western culture, let's just say the Enlightenment literally invented race the way we know it now. And people just either don't know it or they just can't accept it, but it's literally there in, you'll hear people talk about Locke and Hobbes and, Kant and all these people. They dealt with race. But
let me ask you. Let me say this though. But you made a good point earlier that Black people have been conditioned to believe that they need that extra pat on the back, or they need to be a part of white culture in order to succeed. And my thing is, I would question, what is white culture? When it comes to Black people, I know what white people think about their own culture and what they think about white culture, but to us, what does it mean?
Well, I actually have thought to that too.
Let me say this too, because too often you will find that anything that is Black Black associated is negative, because they often ask what is Black while not asking white. I don't think because a man speaks proper English or because he's educated that he's trying to be white. But then again, you will find that 1 to 2% of Black people who feel that they've been done wrong by the Black community, so they will go over and say, oh, there's no Black community, yet they will equate to anything, even if it's wrong, when it comes to white. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you asked what I basically say that there is no one white culture. There is no one Black culture, and I'm talking just in the United States. There's a guy named Colin Woodard that I have talked about in the past. He wrote a book called American Nations, and I read the book years ago, and again, it was a light that went off. There is no one America. You'll hear about the North and the South. Well, the West, basically, he's saying America is roughly 12 separate nations, not nation states, but nations, where, somebody say New England doesn't even think like someone say on the West Coast. And anecdotally, I have some YouTube friends who on the West Coast, And, you know, we get up on a YouTube panel and they're talking about, quote, black stuff. You know, they're all younger than me. Damn near everybody's younger than me on these YouTube streets. But, you know, they're talking about, you know, childhood or things that happened when they were young. And I literally asked, like, really? Are y'all black? Like, I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and some of the stuff that they're talking about, I'm like, really? I'd never heard of anything like that. So, you know, and I have another friend who lives out in the Bay Area who's my age. I've never actually met her in person, but I know her through a Discord. So anyway, one day we're on the phone talking, and she's from Savannah, or yeah, she's from Savannah, but she's lived out on the West Coast for years. And she and I got to talking about the differences just within a black cultural context. There are things out there that, you know, there's differences. There is no black culture. There is no white culture in America. There are cultures, plural. Now, there are a lot of commonalities. There's a shared history, et cetera, et cetera. But I think people do themselves a disservice when they say, like, for instance, well, oh, Stanley, you're trying to act white. Well, my question would be, which type of white? You know, because there's trailer trash white, and there's, you know, upper class New England white. Which white am I trying to be like? I'm being facetious. People do think in generalities, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you start looking closer, there is no white culture. There are white cultures.
I would say this: I can't see. You're neutral. You're a person that is down the middle on things. You know, earlier Nida said there's nothing fair. I think you're fair, and I think you're neutral, and you're wherever there's truth, that's where you're gonna be. If somebody's
yes,
you know what I'm saying, and that's me too. But do I love my people? Yes, I do. Even if they're just completely out of order.
I'm from Savannah. Dude, I grew up in a black neighborhood. I often say, and I'm not stretching the truth, it was possible for me during the summer, you know, when I was in grade school, not to see a white person unless we went to the mall or something. So I am black, but I also know that black people can be pretty damn smart. Okay, you can be black and be fair.
Smart, yes.
And people need to understand that I'm not so black that if, for instance, and I always use this because it's the example that comes to mind, like this Carmelo Anthony thing out in Texas, you know, where he stabs the white kid. I don't see that as anything more than it is. There are people who wanted to go, yeah, well, you know, those blacks are violent. You know, basically taking this one incident and making it some sort of cultural emblem, like, you know, young black kids or, you know, they're violent, you know. I'm like, no. This is
another topic that I'm working on too, that I have not. I see I'm the type that I don't jump on things right away, but just because it's in the headlines, I have to deal with it. Being that I have a master's in criminology and have worked in law enforcement, and have military experience type stuff, I try not to go and just go off of what YouTubers are saying. You know, I'm going to go a different way all the time, but respect.
Exactly. You need to go a different way almost every time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like
my point is this credit to your race stuff. You know, this you need to be a credit to your race stuff. That, in my opinion, went out a long time ago. We are successful as a people, as legacy Black Americans, that one kid out in Texas doing something heinous, it does not reflect on Black culture. It just doesn't. And people who try to make it are just wrong.
Well, you find people standing that will think that way once their community has been hurt or hit hard with a situation, then they want everybody else to pay for what somebody else has done to them. See, I'm like this. If all of America was that way, everybody would be damn near dead. Excuse my expression. I mean,
exactly.
I can't make my white friends pay for what somebody else has done to my ancestors, but at the same time, I do have my eye on you because it may be in your DNA to be the same way. I'm gonna be honest. That's just the way I think, because I mean, right now we just have so much disingenuous stuff on YouTube, and it just don't happen with white folks. It happen with black people too. You don't know who you.
Dude! Hey, let me tell you something. I have literally said, and I'm not going to even bother mentioning his name, but everybody will know who I'm talking about. Having an anti-black a black person who is anti-black and racist, dude, they're a bigger problem in my opinion than any Nick Fuentes type character. That's internal. That's an internal problem.
We know what white people do, especially ones that participate in white supremacy. Now out here, you don't see it as much because right now you could be a white person and homeless, and it's about survival. You hear me? You got more white people on welfare out here and food stamps as to where you see these ignorant Southern people who go into, black people all on welfare and food. No.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if it's a Southern thing, when it comes to this religion shit, when it comes to this just all these things. These are hurt people, man. I don't live my life like that. I have a great life.
Well, let me tell you something. Last Friday, I think it was. Maybe it was Saturday. I went over a recent Pew Research poll about the SNAP program. It's this right here. 61% of SNAP recipients are white.
And Stanley, that's what I'm talking about. When I emailed you that stuff, this is all a part of it. I went undercover at many of the food stamp offices in
Really?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. This is why I wanted you.
Oh wow.
Yes, and it also aligned with a debate that was also on content creators channel that I shall not mention, but I will give him credit for using some of the stuff because we talked about it before we stopped talking. I can't go back and redo the film because their part of their content is in it. But I will give them credit, and I will do a real serious legal disclaimer because I don't want nobody to try to strike me, when I come out with it.
Yeah, but the thing is that I mentioned this that 61% of SNAP benefit recipients were racialized white. They self-identify as white, and someone said I was lying. I'm like, well, hey, I'm only as good as Pew Research, but Pew Research is pretty Stanley,
reliable.
It's pretty trusted.
Bro, when I tell you, excuse me, but when I tell you, you would not believe how many people were pulling up in Mercedes-Benz at the damn food stamp office. Only in the rich white towns, and I'm talking about rich. And they're using the benefits just as much. See, they don't show that part. They only show the bad parts where people are on the streets, homeless, on drugs, looking stiff, frozen. They only show you that part. So I'm bringing in both parts so that everybody can see this.
Yeah, and let me give you one example. And Ryan, I love you, man, but boy, do you come up with some stuff. So 61% of food stamp recipients, SNAP recipients are white, Well, Ryan, of course, wants to go, well, that's 8% of whites. Do the math. Well, that's one way of looking at it. That means hardly any white people get food stamps. What he wants to do is, trying to get closer to a per capita type of viewpoint. I would rather say that a large share of SNAP money goes to white people. Okay. You're not going to be able to change that by trying to refocus on a per capita number. It just does not work, Ryan. Okay. That's the wonderful thing about statistics. You can literally look at something from different vantage points. And you need to know that only 8% are whites. And it's probably a higher percentage of the 45 million, black people, but it doesn't matter. If I sat down and I started looking at where all the money in the budget, in the SNAP budget is going, the 60% of it is going to white people. So you just need to deal with that.
And Stanley, let me say this. When it comes to the 8%, you see that now when you say the per capita type situation that they speak on. Now, mind you, they have told these same immigrants that they don't want in this country, put on your birth certificate or put on your paperwork that you're white. That will bring up the statistics for the votes for white people. Now, same thing. He may be right. Okay, 8%. Okay, but there are so many, like you said, there are nations within a nation. In America.
Exactly.
Where you may find some people say, okay, I'm white German, I'm white American, I'm white, but when it all boils down to it, they can still play off of the look of what is known to be white and still get in anywhere in the world and in the United States. Even a bum that is white on the streets still has a privilege. You know what I'm saying?
Let me also point something else out. And again, this is something that I talked about, I guess it was Saturday, but this is a history. This is the USDA site, which administers the SNAP program. And you may not be able to see it that well. Blow it up a little bit.
I can see it. Please send me that. I need that.
Absolutely, I can.
Yes.
I'll put it in the back right now. The first food stamp program, 1939, and blacks by and large were not even eligible for it. That's something that people need to understand. Blacks by and large did not really get into the food stamp program until about 1961. 1961 was 1961 through 1964 was a pilot food stamp program. 1964 was the Food Stamp Act. But what I'm trying to emphasize is for the first 20 or so years, blacks were hardly even recipients or eligible for food stamps. So and it doesn't really mean much in 2025, but how blacks became the poster children of the food stamp program is just, in my opinion, a good example of systemic racism. Okay, as soon as blacks start receiving a benefit, all of a sudden the program is demonized. It was not demonized in 1939 when it was just helping white people.
You know what, Stanley? A lie don't care who tell it, and they will continue. If you parrot something long enough, even if it is a lie, they can convince somebody that the sky is pink outside, but we know that motherfucker's blue.
Exactly. So, and Ryan, again, I don't mean to pick on you, but see, this is the value of knowing history. This is the value of going a little bit deeper than what than what Charlie Kirk or or someone like a Nick Fuentes. You're not going to get deeper knowledge than the racist layer of demonizing food stamps if you don't actually go out and look a little bit deeper into it. Whites have been receiving food stamps about 20 years longer than black people have.
And you know why they do it, Stanley? They do it too because they figure, well, shit, niggas over there getting all those food stamps. Let me go and get them myself. And they do it. And I see them get out of Mercedes Benz. Now, my thing is, do Black America has a group of people who capitalize off of it for generations? Yes, but also who they've been doing it way before black people have been doing it.
People take advantage of it too.
Yeah, I see it. Man, I see them at food things. Look, I buy everything with cash. I ain't never got nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I be like, damn, you know, is this true? And I'll go inside. I have friends that are social workers, child support officers, all kind of stuff. All these things these people be talking about on YouTube, man, it's pathetic with no research.
What do you need me to do for Con Slick? I haven't been paying that close attention to the chat. What's up, Con? So anyway, yeah, let me put this in the back for you. Yeah, and it's from last week. I subscribe to Pew Research, so every now and again I get something I can use on the show.
Yes, indeed. Put that in the back. And look, even though you may not be a part of what I asked you to, if you can even give me some research on the topic that you like me to add in, I can do that.
Oh, absolutely.
I can respect what you have to say.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I try and be, oops, I did it twice. I try and, do something a little bit more useful with the show. And it'll catch on eventually. And even if it doesn't, believe it or not, I get a lot of views. Like right now, there are 9 people in the chat, but at the end of this show, I'll probably have 200 or 300, somewhere between 200 and 300 views. People kind of come in. If there's nothing going on that they're interested in, they head out. So,
nothing about the view. It's more of an honor to say, okay, well, this man is an avid researcher and he has proven, he bring, even if he have a different opinion, you still have a right to your opinion. I would have loved to add that. You get what I'm saying? Even if you didn't agree, I like that. And you at least you say why. And you bring
exactly. You gotta say why. Disagreement means nothing if you can't explain why you disagree.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, last night on Mo's show, I wasn't about to go up there because, see, the thing is a lot of times I'll go up on these shows, and I tend to be a little direct. And there's no way I'm going up there and disturbing her show. She is my internet crush, and I'm not about to disrupt her show. And Freezy and I had a couple sharp comments for Freezy, but all I have to say is that what's his name, Nesbitt? I forget, it's Brandon Nesbitt.
Yeah.
He's right that epigenetics is a thing, but he's wrong, or it hasn't been proven that there's such a thing as epigenetic, heritable epigenetic traits.
And you know what? I think we should have stayed right on mental health, right there where you were, and making him prove things in the chat, which he got very heated with you.
But if he hadn't brought up epigenetics, if you're saying, hey, if a mother, for instance, has PTSD from a traumatic childhood, she is going to affect her child. Okay, but it won't necessarily, it'll be more environmental. It won't necessarily be genetics. He could have made that argument and I'd have no problems with it. But when he's talking about heritable traits, you know, the methylation of DNA and all that stuff that happens when all that stuff gets cleaned up. The other thing that that happens in genetics is all the trash, you know, the byproducts of, you know, genetic changes and stuff like that. It all gets excreted. It all gets dumped. It doesn't linger. So that's why they can't prove that some of these that epigenetics is something that's passed down through generations. The system cleans itself up. It does its own housekeeping.
And I like what you just said, because it's so important, man, because it's easy to have one thing operate as something else if it's programmed to do so. And it starts sometime at the dinner table. But when that child goes off into the world, he may do something totally different. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, because I did not agree with that, you know, and then again, we have to look at, I looked at his situation too. He says that he suffered from mental health, and that he also tried to take his own life at one time, and that he's so smart now. I'm not gonna lie, he knows some things, you know, and within his own range. And you brought up some very good points too in the chat. I just think that where people are, they just need to respect boundaries, and they don't. You know, like it went all the way from mental health all the way to hitting Antoine across the head with a stick.
Yeah, I didn't really. Freezy gets real confident in his interpretation of the Bibles. That point he made about effeminate men, that's a translational thing. I went and Googled it. I didn't, you know, I don't have that deep a knowledge these days, but that effeminate, it's how you translate it. It could mean cowardly. There's several different ways to translate it or interpret it. Actually, not translate. Let's say interpret. And the harping on the effeminate, actually, that's a breezy thing. Other people,
you know what? No, the thing is, people take a page out of their own good book and hear it how they want to, man. And they go around and that kind of stuff can ruin people's lives.
Yes,
lying on people and making people think a certain way. It's cultish.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And I have a problem with that. And I would say that to him myself. But I don't have.
Yeah, I would too.
I don't have nothing in common with him. So I don't talk with him. We used to be cool, but I just, you know, it's too over the top for me. And if you don't agree with something, it's always, oh, well, you must be too. Or it's just like gaslighting. The same thing we don't want black women to do to us, we do to each other.
This is slightly off the topic. Let me address Ryan. Ryan, you know what? I ran into an article about how giraffes necks got so long, and I need to find that article. And if I think of it, and I'll get it to you. Funny you should mention giraffes and necks.
Stanley, your ass crazy, man.
Dude, I come across the most random stuff.
Yes, me too. Everything. even the damn Asian people who put the monkeys and animals on clothes and sit them down and make them eat, you know, at the table like human beings, all kind of shit. Did you go out? Did you go out, Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself by accident. My bad. Speaking of Asians and table manners and all that, Amy Chua. Have you ever heard of her?
No, I have. I probably have, but I probably didn't.
She wrote the book way back in the 90s, I think it was, called Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom. That's how that Tiger Mom stuff got started, where, you know, the Asians are so tough on their kids and all this sort of stuff. Well, two things. Funny enough, Amy Chua taught both JD Vance and Usha Vance in law school. So there's a connection there. But where I was going with this is, you know, these hardcore Asian mothers. Well, she has literally been in trouble. She and her husband, who's not Asian, he's white. They've been, for a while there, she was barred from even teaching first year law students for some inappropriate behavior that she had involving alcohol and, you know, inviting students over to her house and stuff like that. So there's your Tiger Mom, I guess. And the other thing is the book talked about her raising her daughters. One of her daughters, both her daughters are fairly successful, but one of her daughters just kind of fucking checked out. You know, she's like, fuck this bullshit when she got old enough. So, you know, sometimes raising your kids to that strict standard actually screws them up. And that's one thing.
And I'm gonna tell you, I know several Asian students and Asian people who say, hey man, you know, but the thing is, if you come from Indian, African, or Asian family, they always want you to be what they want you to be: doctor, lawyer, engineer. And some I met that say, hey, you know, I'd like to be a designer. You know, I'd like to be something creative. And the thing is, they say, well, mom and dad not gonna pay for college if I don't do what they want, because they feel that I should make enough money to take care of them. And I was like, wow, they're living through you. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to be?
Interesting. Yeah, that is something that doesn't really get talked about. You know, the Asian excellence gets talked about, but the fallout does not get talked about. And
and they say,
you know, you'll have 5 kids, but you know, one of those 5 kids will not be able to even stand the parents.
Well, one of the students that I met yesterday, he said that, oh, I'm just taking up a painting class. I don't want to get in debt with college. These are some of the things I want to do. And he is in a social media art community where these kids his age, 20 years old, are making millions. He don't see as what we see today or what we saw back in the day. You know, they see it totally different. And I think living through your children is a problem. I wouldn't want to have a child that say, hey, you know, you're going to just sit around and be stagnant. But at the same time, I don't want to also police your choice and degree or whatever your talent is, you know. But then again, we have to be realistic. We have to tell even our sons, hey, everybody's not going to be a part of the NFL or the NBA. Maybe even the NBL, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny because I don't know. You're old enough to remember a guy named Alan Page, right?
Yes.
He played for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
And if I recall, he was also a lawyer. Eventually, I think that's the case. They never bring up people like Alan Page, Franco Harris. I think wasn't Franco Harris? Didn't he become a lawyer or something like that eventually? You know, there've been some football players, some of these old, you know, famous football players who wound up doing things more than football. So
no, wait a minute. He also became a judge too.
Did he really?
Alan
I didn't
became
realize
a judge.
all that. Is that right? Wow.
Yeah.
So
you
know, if you can play football and you can do that too, that's I'm all for it. But you know, the Allen Pages don't get talked about a whole lot.
And that is true. And a lot of the ball players out here who were 49ers have become attorneys as well, even the ones that are Latino. And their billboards are up, but they are capitalizing off the fact that they were in the NFL and the NBA.
Well, absolutely, they should,
which is good, because the thing is, no one ever told them, "Hey, look, you're going to be a ball player. Did you really get your head in those books and get that degree to fall back on? And even just by your name, by you being in the NBA or the NFL, you still got a chance. You just have a chance. I think this is what taking some kind of business courses do work.
Yeah. So let me show this right quick. CKJ3 gave me this. I'd heard about this. So let's play it. And then I'm going to move on with the news articles.
Will become, for the first time in its history, a minority white country.
It's Elon Musk's
very
father.
bad thing to happen. You want to see the US go down? Why? Oh, you don't like cars and electric cars, and you don't like technology, or what is it? You want to go back to the jungle, or?
If the US becomes a minority white country.
Yes.
So there's Latinas, there's blacks, there's people from all different races make up the majority, and then it could be 48% white people. Do you really think the US is doomed if it goes under?
Yes, it goes under there.
Seriously?
Yes, of course. You see, if you take South Africa, we have a small white population that projects European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people.
No.
For decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work. We fed them. They grew from a tiny little group into a massive group. That's not oppression. That's feeding them. Do you understand? You only grow big if you get fed. You only start at 800 and become 50 million if you get fed. We fed them, for crying out loud. Enough with this nonsense.
But so you understand, because the black population was so oppressed under apartheid.
Well, we never saw this oppression you're talking about.
You never saw it.
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, because you're white, American.
So all I have to say is that once again, I will say that being a racist is not epigenetic either. It's not passed down.
Yeah, I can see that.
You have to learn that stuff.
Because let me tell you, I know some true racists that when they see even the black body part, they will block you. You hear me? But then again, you will find the white racist mother and father that grew their children up in that kind of culture, and they go out and they marry off into a black family. So it's all kind of shit that goes on.
Yeah, it's funny when I'm looking at Richard here, not Richard, Ryan, going on and on and on about math, and I don't know whether he's just being a little high spirited in the chat or just what. But Ryan, some of your antics today talking about math are why people say math is white. because you're taking this per capita stuff and talking about math all to support a fairly racist-ish narrative in the chat today. I don't know what's gotten, I don't know what burr has gotten under your saddle, but again, just like 8% of the white population is getting SNAP benefits. That's math. 61% of the recipients are white, receiving SNAP benefits. That is math too. So you don't impress me with the argument. My argument from the perspective of resources and who's getting the quote tangibles, your 8% does not matter. When I sit down, you isolate SNAP and find out who is receiving the most benefits. That's the framing that I'm coming from. So you can have your perspective. You can defend white people, as you say, but some things can't be defended. And being a racist is one of those things. So take it for what it's worth. This is why I don't get big numbers, by the way. because I'll just flat out tell you what I think. So that's one of those things that'll drive some little hurt feelings away.
Yeah, you're not willing to dumb it down or to
no,
see.
Hell no, yeah. I'm not going to dumb it down.
And that's what you have all the time, you know. I just see people, man, that are looking for acceptance, and trust me, I don't care if you're white or black. Especially if you're a white friend of mine and you're out of order, I'm gonna be like, yo, man, you know, you're out of order, you know, just straight up, and you're wrong on that, you know.
Well, years and years ago, my ship was working up for an engineering inspection, and the chief engineer. I was single, so, you know, all the married guys, you know, get to go for Christmas and New Year's, and then my leave starts, you know, when they get back, which, you know, it's how it goes. But anyway, so I'm in charge of the engineering department while he's away. And, you know, the captain wants to walk through the engineering spaces because we have this huge inspection coming up in the new year. So I'm walking the captain through one of the main engineering rooms, the number one main engineering room, and it is spotless, looks great. So we're about to leave, and we pass this valve with a bucket hanging on it, catching the drips. It's like the engineering room looks great, except for this damn bucket catching drips. So I call the chief, you know, who's in charge of the space. I'm like, what is this? I mean, why are you hanging a bucket instead of fixing the leak? We're about to be inspected. So, you know, he gives me some shuck and jive. Now he's a he's a white chief. The captain's white, and I'm the black lieutenant. So, you know what? I don't know what he was thinking, whether, you know, shucking and jiving. He didn't think I would fucking roast his ass in front of the captain. Well, I'm like, hey, chief, you know what? I'm not fucking coming down to your level. You need to fucking come up to my level and fix this leak, and walked off. I walked off, left him and the captain standing there. I was
literally, people would do things because they can. It's the power. It's the I am the boss, and because I said so, even if it's wrong, but they will hold you to policy.
Well, you know what? The captain, I shouldn't have just fucking walked off, but dude, I was losing it. So the captain catches up. He's like, "Good job, Stan. Are you sure you want to get out of the Navy?" Because I was on my way out at the time.
Oh, Stanley, they saying you misunderstood them. That he was agreeing with me as the guest on sports and the yeah. Did
well,
you
see, this is why I shouldn't be reading the chat. My bad. I apologize, Ryan. You know, because I'll look over at the chat every now and again, and I'll lose context. So I really shouldn't read the chat as much as I do.
Yeah, but when you don't read the chat, you lose people too. But I guess, hey, y'all need to cash out, send some support, even though.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know what? I haven't even done an advertisement. Hey, everybody, make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. It is an acquired taste. Let's be honest. You know, I tend to be fairly direct. Most of the people who come up here are fairly direct. Most of the people who subscribe to the channel are fairly direct. So, and I certainly appreciate it. So we are a little bit more than halfway, slightly more than halfway to getting monetized. So let's keep doing that. Share out the show and support the host. Support the show by supporting the host. And by the way, Nightish actually brought up something when he was doing his show advertising. I mentioned the newspaper subscriptions and the Substack subscriptions, and there are a couple YouTube history channels that I joined. So, those are all things that I do for the show, so we have something to talk about. But the other thing is the YouTube Premium. I hate commercials, and YouTube is just, if you don't have premium, you can't even use YouTube for shows. So, the YouTube Premium, that's specifically for the show. So we don't have to deal with commercials. So do support the host. The Cash App is in the scroll at the bottom. And
you know what's saying, and merely just because this is good content, you are a teacher, man. You bring on things that a lot of people have not. And yeah, definitely. I mean, shit. I listen to a lot of things you say. I may not say much in the chat, I may be cloud watching and doing something in the house, but what you talk about needs to be supported. This is not that over there, so they need to get it straight. This is not that.
Right.
This is not trash YouTube TV.
Yeah, Richard, if you look, I grew up, with the TV commercials and the radio commercials, and the older I've gotten, the less patience I have. I don't even listen to the radio much anymore. I do listen to a lot of podcasts. So I can't be doing it. It's I think it's like $22 a month, Richard. It's not that expensive. And if you're using it, if you're doing content creation, you almost have to have it. Yeah, well, you know what, Richard? That is true. People who fish do tend to have an inordinate amount of patience. And by the way, that my son caught his first fish at like 4, I think he was. He is patient. Well, kind of patient. Patient for someone his age. So teaching a child to fish, dude, when they start asking you to go fishing, it is just an honor to be the father of a son. A lot of times he'll get home from school and the first thing he'll do, I'm going fishing. We keep the fishing rods right behind the front door. And his little fishing bag, his fishing backpack, that's by the door too. So we do fish here. So anyway, let's move on to more news. This is interesting. Purple Heart recipient who served prison sentence deported, lawyer says. And the thing is I don't, ordinarily I would kind of feel, yeah, well, he served the country, he was in Afghanistan and Iraq, I think. Purple Heart, wounded in action, that sort of thing. The bottom line is it was a heinous crime that he served 15 years for. An Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient who served 15 years in prison for attempted murder has been deported from the U.S. Yeah. And, you don't, and I guess the attempted murder was after he got out. So it is what it is. He's back in Mexico now.
But you know what, though, Stanley, in cases like this, you will find first, before they sentence a man like him, they would evaluate him through the VA and different places like that before they come to a sentence. And was he in federal or state?
Hold on one sec.
Because if he was in federal, they usually is easy for them to take over at that level. Well, they could easily take over even at state level to try to figure out, okay.
I'm going to guess he was state.
Okay, even in that, the state still could have the federal government and which branch he served could have come in and vouched for him by going into his record to see, you know, what his behavior was while in the military, you know, and also it also depends on his criminal, his whatever the crime he committed in his criminal category history. Has he been?
Well, he does have a history of traumatic brain injury.
But what about how many times he's been in jail? See, because the arrest record, even though it's not a conviction, the arrest record, they try to use that against you to double jeopardize it.
Oh, okay. Here's the deal. It says here, during his second tour, Barco applied to naturalize as a U.S. citizen, but his application was lost. A U.S. Army officer wrote in a court filing. A second application was being processed in 2008, his lawyer said, when Barco fired a weapon outside a party and injured a pregnant woman. He was convicted the following year. Advocates for Barco acknowledge the seriousness of his conviction, but say he was wrestling with the consequences of a traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder at the time, and that he had not received adequate support from the military upon his return to civilian life. Barco was released from prison in January after serving 15 years, having been granted parole in Colorado.
Wrong place to get parole.
State prison. Ready to begin rebuilding his life with his family, his team said on a website in support of his cause. However, he was immediately detained by ICE officials and has since been held in at least 6 different detention centers. His advocate said he was put on a plane bound for Venezuela via Honduras in March, but Venezuelan authorities refused to accept him, arguing that his birth certificate did not appear authentic. He has no meaningful ties to Venezuela, no support system there, and a family, a wife, and a 15-year-old daughter he has never met outside of prison. Holy shit. Waiting for him in the United States. Wow.
Oh, so they wouldn't take him in. See, I think it's going to become a point where they can no longer take any more prisoners, and then they're going to have to take other people. You know, I mean, they got to go to other countries and send people there. And I even heard that even the degenerates here in America that were born in America that disrupt the community, that Trump is thinking about getting them out of here too. And I don't blame him.
I've heard of that.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, they're saying it's a catastrophic failure of the system. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think they deported him to Mexico. So
what part?
Hold on one sec. It's fairly close, if I recall.
California?
Hold on one sec.
Okay.
I screwed this tab up here. My mouse died, so I'm having to use the touchpad. Let's see.
They talking real sports in the in the chat. They ain't worried about this.
Yeah, they tend to do their own thing sometimes. Because I'm just the news nerd. Let's see here. Latest chapter. It said in here, Nogales, Mexico. Do you know what that is? That right?
Which is not such of a bad border of Mexico. But if he was over and they sent him over past Baja California, going over into the border and to Tijuana, it probably would have been very bad for him. Or the one in Texas.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, his family can visit him.
And will he still be getting any benefits being that he was in the military, or have they stricken those away from him?
They didn't say.
And do they have any kind of branch of VA out in Mexico?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm gonna guess not.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I'm not sure of, maybe somebody might know. Stan Autry would probably know. Maybe if Fred is still here, he might know. He's retired Army. He may even be ineligible for VA benefits with a criminal record. I'm not sure how that works.
Well, it depends on how heinous it was, because there are veterans that has been locked up several times and probably have even been to prison. But I think shooting.
Well, this was a man attempted murder. It was a pregnant woman.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
That he injured.
Yeah,
I'm sure that had something to do with it. You know, you don't go around.
That they said that who reported this to say, was this his specialist who said that the military failed him?
There was some officer. They say a U.S. Army officer wrote in a court filing. So I don't know. Maybe it was a JAG or something.
Yeah, because usually, even if by him writing that, you know, they would try to be like, "Oh, you're supporting a criminal, a traitor," you know.
Right. But I can tell you right now, they are basically just deporting people without much, if any, due process. That is, in my opinion, not giving due process. Because see, they have a number that Trump is, you know, hell bent on meeting per month, and it's almost like cops. And I know you're former law enforcement. My father's actually a retired police captain off the Savannah Police Department. These, and I've never talked to him about this, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going off the top of my head, using my son of a cop credentials, but I think sometimes these, especially with things like speed traps and stuff, these quotas can, you know, sometimes encourage unprofessional or even reckless behavior.
Yeah, and they can escalate to very bad situations, you know, if not handled properly through the Office of Professional Standards. And I think that it's all in the training. And a lot of people, even maybe a couple of years back, they didn't understand when people were saying defund the police. They were thinking that, oh, well, there should not be any police. No, basically that money that they're spending on stupid shit, like new radios and new this, new that, you know, they need to spend on training, because everybody that's a cop has not been in the military. See, people that have been in the military, who has the degrees for this type of job and career, know better. And even in dealing, because this is still, being in law enforcement is still a part of customer service and how you treat people. You don't know where people come from. And to say that because a person may be arrested and you 5 minutes with them, you don't know who they are or where they come from. You know?
Right. So speaking of reckless behavior, Pentagon says it struck another suspected drug boat in the Pacific, killing 3. So I'm going to skip to this. This was inevitable, in my opinion. Again, just recklessness. Family of fishermen killed in U.S. military strike says it wants justice. So we're already, getting people who say, "Hey, it was this guy was a fisherman and he got killed in a military strike." And it says here, one day in mid-September, Alejandro Carranza, a Colombian fisherman who his family said had long plied the Caribbean in search of marlin and tuna, called his teenage daughter. He told her he was going fishing, she said, and would return in a few days. He never made it back. The day after he left on September 15th, his family, fellow fishermen, and Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, say Mr. Carranza was killed in a U.S. military strike on his boat. The furor about what happened to him has ignited a feud over the huge military buildup in the Caribbean and the legality of deadly strikes on 20 vessels since September. So,
wow. So, do you think that it was failure on the country he's in behalf to say, "Hey, look, we have a strike, we have a warning of of war or something going on. Don't go out fishing."
well, I really don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. They haven't been forthcoming about how they're identifying the intelligence involved. This was, that Venezuela is kind of like the target, but this guy was off of Colombia. So, and as far as I know, I'm pretty sure Colombia and the U.S. have pretty good, um, had pretty good relations. It says here this week, Colombia suspended intelligence sharing with the U.S. until the Trump administration stops its strikes. So the relationship was good enough that they were sharing intelligence.
Why do you think they had that kind of relationship? I'm gonna be honest. I think because it
Well,
always had
Colombia?
that relationship since the 1990s due to drugs.
Yeah, well, Colombia was like, famous for, cocaine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know this for sure, but I just, vaguely remember that the relationship had gotten good enough. I mean, I have friends like, I don't know if you know who Get Crack is. He's used to be associated with me over on the John Galt channel. He's talked about trips he's had down to Colombia. They were sharing intelligence. Colombia, you don't see a whole lot of Colombian, Colombia in the newspaper for drug stuff. Either that or I just missed it.
Well, let's say this. It depends on where you are because you have idiots that are Black Colombians here on YouTube that are telling Black Americans, get on a plane. I mean, get on. I'll pay you to come whoop my ass on a plane. Yeah, this kind of. I've been told that shit by a few of them, and these are the ones that look just like us. But they talk about taking a machete and chopping your neck off with a knife in America, in your own country. So we do have people that are here that are degenerates that should be taken out of the country. We just don't hear about them, and they're blending in Black culture.
Okay, so they're saying that the Trump administration saying many fishermen in coastal and inland communities have become involved in drug transport because poverty leaves them few alternatives, but this man's wife is disputing it. So I thought maybe that's a picture of the family there. That is poverty. Oh wow!
I see why they were going to fish and to make sure. Well, don't look like they missed the meal. Not trying to be mean. It don't look like nobody missed the meal.
Well, it's also I wouldn't think there's a whole lot of room for him in the house.
No, a lot of
taking
people
up a lot of they're taking up a lot of square feet.
And you know what? When I look at that, Stanley, I have to give props to Latinos in America because people used to pick at them a lot and say, "Oh, it's about 20 Mexicans packed in a 2-bedroom house." They lived like that in their own country, so when they came here, that's how they became rich. And nobody moved until each person bought a brand new home.
Yeah.
That's why you have such a place like Gwinnett County, Duluth, and right by Gwinnett Place Mall, where it's all Hispanic, and going down by Jimmy Carter and Spaghetti Junction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Trump says he won't rule out sending troops into Venezuela. So yeah,
he get trendy
war president.
But then he get trendy out of here.
Well, he's been deporting them.
Oh, they can't find some of them because you think they escaped and scattered all over.
I'm sure some of them self-deported. A lot of people have self-deported. I actually, if I recall, I think more people have self-deported than actually have been forcefully deported.
Well, I hope they didn't deport my damn seamstress. Because she a good one, boy. I ain't heard from her in a while. I need to call her and find out if she's still here.
So it says separately on Sunday, the State Department said it intends to designate Cartel de las Solas as a foreign terrorist organization effective November 24. The designation, which the administration has used for other Venezuelan groups such as Tren de Aragua, would raise pressure on Maduro by further financially isolating people connected to Cartel de las Solas or Sols. I don't know. My Spanish sucks. So basically, I don't know. Brett Stevens. He's a columnist.
Can you send me that too?
Oh, this article? Yeah. I got one more that I'm going to look up right quick. Because Brett Stevens, he's a conservative columnist for the New York Times. He basically supports. He's not really the biggest Trump fan, but he actually supports
immigration.
He supports the military action in Venezuela, which kind of surprised me.
Well, I tell people all the time, you don't have to be a just extremist to be a Republican or a conservative. I've been Republican for a long time myself, but I'm not a guy that's out here thinking because I put on a red hat that Donald Trump is going to be my savior. You get what I'm saying? Because he's wrong in that, because at the end of the day, I've seen this man pattern of how he is even on Apprentice, on a TV show. Right. He flip on you at any minute, even in his own group of people that he hired. He's fired and disrespected and all kind of stuff. So
let me find this column right quick, because it is kind of interesting. The reasons he supports a potential action. I just don't. We are not good. We're good at getting in there and blowing up stuff. We're good at regime change, but we're not real good at the after the after party.
Yeah, fixing it up or even taking over.
Right. Now, the lady, there's the Nobel Prize winner this year, actually won an election in Venezuela, but he basically said, nope, ain't happening. I'm staying in power. So there is someone they could, they could replace him with. And she was elected by popular vote. But the thing is that I don't know. I don't have full confidence that if we go in there and we topple Maduro, that everybody lives happily ever after. So this is Brett Stevens. He's the conservative columnist for the New York Times, and he has specific reasons why. Let's see here. Do
you have a subscription to that?
Yeah, to the New York Times. Oh, you know what? I sent that. I need to send you. Hold on one sec. I sent you the wrong link. I need to send you a gift copy. Give me one sec here.
Or even a PDF.
Yeah.
Wow,
no,
Brett Stevens is only 51 years old.
No, I didn't. I thought he was older than that. He apparently he
says he's an American.
He studied political philosophy at University of Chicago, and then he did something. What else?
It says right here. He's for the New York Times. Yes, this man was born in 1973. He's 51.
Well, he's a pretty conservative guy. I don't always agree with him. I'm not sure I agree with him on this one. Let me. Oh wait, hold it.
I think that a lot of them, man, they take on immigrants according to what benefit them, because the same people that's saying get immigrants out, they're having sex with them, have babies, they're putting houses behind their land to use them as farm workers. They're working for them, and I see it out here a whole lot. But they're safe up here. They're safe in Northern California.
There we go. So I'll put this in the back too. So the last two links, one for the Washington Post and one for the New York Times. But Brett Stevens, he's very specific about hold on one sec. Let me he didn't number them, but he did give them column headings. So
yeah, you did send me the wrong one, but I like this one too.
So he says there's a moral case for regime change, starvation, political brutality, corruption, social collapse, endemic violence, collapse of the medical system, environmental catastrophes. So he basically makes a moral case, which I'm sorry, I just don't think a moral case is good enough unless we've actually exhausted all other possibilities. Now, they do have a lot of oil. Oil always seems to be, wherever it is we're thinking of toppling a regime. And they do have ties to China, Russia, and Iran. So giving them a foothold is that's a good reason. But I don't know. I'm not as enthusiastic as Brett Stevens is. I'll just put it that way. So let's see here. So let's move on. This is interesting. It looks like I wonder how Trump's going to react, but it looks like the judge is not real happy with how the government is handling this Jim Comey case. The ruling by a magistrate judge in Alexandria, Virginia, was only the most recent setback in the department's efforts to bring charges against former FBI Director James Comey. I don't think Comey or I think the cases get dropped for Comey and Letitia James. It's just too slipshod. And the U.S. attorneys that were career experienced, they basically said there were no cases to bring against Comey and Letitia James. And the lady they hired, who was like a personal aide or something to Donald Trump, Lindsay Halligan, she's never even tried a case. She was a corporate lawyer, insurance lawyer or something. So
pretty.
Well, the thing is that she is a lawyer, but she's not a litigator. She has no prosecution or defense experience.
But how can she not be a litigator and she's an attorney? I think she should have learned how to litigate before becoming.
I'm sure in school or something like that, but she's never done let me put it to you this way, and I just learned this today. The Justice Department has the office in Miami is kind of like a boot camp for Department of Justice lawyers. They send them down there to get trial experience and some of the easier cases just to get their feet wet, and then they transfer them to other offices that a little bit more with a little bit more meaty cases. She's never even been in the Department of Justice. Her first job at the Department of Justice is basically the Attorney General for the Eastern District. So she's gone straight to the top. She's never been a junior lawyer in the Justice Department.
Yeah, but for the Eastern District of what? Is it the North
Oh,
Carolina?
the Eastern District of the United States.
Oh, okay. Just period.
Yes.
Okay, but not
That's
a specific
the
court.
Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina area.
So she's above the district courts. She's above the district courts for the that region.
Right. She's basically the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney General.
Yes.
Now, there's some problems because they think she was elite. The guy that was there before her was an interim U.S. attorney. So there's some legal issues about whether she's even legally appointed. So there are like 2 or 3 different issues with the Comey and Letitia James case.
So do you think this was get back, or do you think he has something that's going to?
Well, no, it's definitely he's going after his political enemies. He's going to go after Jack Smith, I'm sure, at some point. He's gone after 2 people in the Obama administration. He's basically going after he's going to come after Fonnie Willis at some point.
But what do you think is going to happen even with him? I guess he said, well, if I'm going to go down, y'all going to go down with me too, because I think that once he come out of office.
No. Trump, nothing's ever going to happen to Trump. If he even survives, that long, because he is 79 and this is a stressful job. But Trump is never going to nothing's going to happen to Trump once he gets out. Now, Georgia has appointed a replacement for Fonnie Willis to pursue the election fraud case, which surprised me. I didn't expect. I fully expected, the governor or somebody to just kind of go, "Hey, let's just make this go away." So, but I still, even so, Trump is in the catbird seat. He's never going to do a day. I don't think he'll do another day in court for that matter.
Yeah, and I just think too, I think the reason why this is sticking in Georgia, because the governor that he tried, they said that he tried to bribe with the votes.
I remember all that.
I'm not going to do that. This is not what we're about here in Georgia. We're red, but we're not going to do that. So Trump started to go after him too. So this is,
Kemp and Trump kind of made up. They appeared down in Valdosta right after, was it Hurricane Helen or whatever the hurricane was. My father's from that part of Georgia, and I haven't been down there since the hurricane, but I know the area well. He and Kemp appeared at a joint press conference to talk about, the relief for the hurricane relief for down there. So, I mean, they were cordial. So I just assumed they kind of made up. That's why I was thinking, well, Kemp might just do Trump a favor and just make this go away.
Look, by the way, Richard said Trump paid off Judge.
Well, maybe. But by the way, speaking of you being a Republican, Kemp is probably, if Kemp ever ran for president, I would seriously consider voting for him. I actually like Brian Kemp.
I would like to see some of the weak, excuse my expression, I would like to see some of the high official black men in office who are Republican go and run. Yes, and run, because I'm sick and tired of them looking for a savior and thinking that somebody's going to save them. They could go and they can go and run too. So I mean,
you know what? You could actually do me a favor. I don't know of any high Republican black officials in Georgia, and I live here. So you need to educate me.
Well, not just Georgia, just period. Across the board, candidates that are Republican, black men who are Republican.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We need to know what degree of Republican are they, because a lot of them I did not see at those rallies. Most of them were low key just hiding behind YouTube.
Well, what do you think? What do you think of Brian Donalds? I'm not impressed with him, to be honest. I think he's just kind of weak.
Most of them are, man. You know, we need some we need some people that are really stern, that speaks up, just like Trump speaks up. It don't always have to be a Donald Trump.
Right.
What is his name again?
Byron Donalds.
What is his name again?
Byron Donalds. He's a congressman from Florida. He's running for governor.
Yeah. Is that the one that they were where they had an issue with, and Donald Trump was like, I don't know if there's anybody that's qualified as a black person to blah blah blah, and then they pushed him up toward the front, and he walked up and said, "Here's one right here, Donald Trump."
I know.
That was him. Yeah. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah,
that was him.
Yeah,
he did a lot of tap dancing in the beginning, to where instead of him just thinking, you know, because he was more that person that was more like, well, I'm not like them, you know, instead of just trying to pull other black men up with him and join the party. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you though, his past is a little dodgy. He was married once, and he wound up leaving his black wife for a white wife, his now wife. He's got a little bit of a dodgy past. He's had Jasmine Crockett actually cooked him. Let me see, can I find that clip? Well,
and they love these racists. They love to see these type people fight against each other. They put people in like him in place.
I'll show you the context of this. She was actually right to cook him. I'm not the biggest Jasmine Crockett fan, at least her old iteration. She seems to have calmed down a bit. She's even wearing her real hair now, she's got nice hair. I don't know why she wasn't using it or wearing it before. But I want to show you this clip if I can find it.
Well, I try not to get to the hair thing as much because I think she got one up on the bad body, bad bleach, blonde.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. And another thing, a lot of those white women have BBLs too, and a lot of facial cosmetic work done.
Let me show you this right quick, because I thought she did a good job on this.
As I listened to the beginning of this debate, my heart simply broke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 4922, the D.C. Crimes Act. Rather than prioritizing the safety of law-abiding and protecting the lives of innocent residents and visitors, district officials have actively facilitated dysfunction and chaos through their progressive soft-on-crime policies. Instead of addressing the clear epidemic of youth crime in the city, the DC City Council increased the age of youth offenders to individuals 24 years old and younger, meaning fully grown legal adults in the District of Columbia can receive sentences meant for children. This is simply insane. And that is why I introduced the DC Crimes Act, which lowers the definition of youth from under the age of 25 to under the age of 18, removes the ability of judges to sentence youth offenders below mandatory minimum guidelines, and requires the DC Attorney General to establish a public website containing much needed statistics on juvenile crime in DC. The Trump administration's efforts have shown that lawlessness is a choice. And it is time for Congress to step up, adhere to our constitutional duty, and firmly address crime in the nation's capital.
Many people know me for being able to do alliterations. And all I could think about was amnesia allows adolescent accountability avoidance, agility from across the aisle. So work with me for a second. Imagine being a young man born to Jamaican and Panamanian parents who messed up not once, but twice. Imagine standing in front of a judge with your whole future hanging in the balance, and instead of prison, you are given a promise of mercy. Your record gets wiped clean. You get a second chance at life. Now imagine taking that promise and turning it into promotion. You go to college, you get a job, and even become a member of Congress. That's what redemption looks like. That's what America is supposed to be about. And that is exactly the story of the next wannabe governor from Florida. As a young man, he went through pretrial diversion for misdemeanor marijuana possession. As an adult, yet younger than 24, he was charged with and ultimately placed on probation for felony bribery charges, which ultimately were 2 expunged. He was given a third chance, and now he's the face of a bill that would not afford young people in Washington, D.C. the same opportunities afforded to him. Let me be real. If he had grown up under Donald Trump's America or under the very DC crime bill he's pushing today, he wouldn't be standing here as a member of Congress. He'd still be living with the weight of those charges. So let's call this what it is: opportunities for me, but not for thee. He climbed the ladder of redemption, and now he's yanking it right up from the DC youth. See, most of us were taught to lift as you climb, but clearly some have forgotten to lift as they climb, and now they are committed to telling the next generation to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I will not sit quiet while a man who was saved by grace turns around and tries to snatch grace away from others. If we're going to be real about crime, about communities,
time
about
has expired.
I'd like to yield for an additional minute, please.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
about second chances and even third chances, then it needs to start with us looking in the mirror and remembering that even the author of this bill has a story too before he tries to lecture DC on safety. And it would be complete hypocrisy to have, hypothetically, someone convicted of 34 felonies to lecture DC on what to do with youthful offenders who have been scientifically shown not to have fully developed brains under the age of 25, especially if said multi-count convicted felon was in his 70s when he was convicted. What would be his excuse? Because his brain would be fully developed. And with that, I will yield back.
So
man, she cooked. I ain't gonna lie. And he don't want to afford that same opportunity.
Right.
And a
so,
black man that
this is your Republican Party.
Not mine.
So apparently I'm TMKC's dad now.
Hey, TMKC. Hey, Snoopy.
All I have to say is I never thought I would ever be this old, but here I am. What's up, Tamika? So anyway,
the old man, you good. Stop saying you're old.
Yeah, well, it's so Gretchen Whitmer, and I didn't really read this article. I tend not to even read articles. I just kind of go by the title.
The title, yeah.
I talked this weekend or last weekend about Trump doing an executive order addressing some grocery items, produce items that had tariffs on them, like coffee and bananas, for instance. And I'm like, this is what I mean about Trump hiring people who aren't, the sharpest tacks in the drawer. Why would, people have been complaining about grocery store items, the prices, since Trump has been in office, and actually when Biden was in office. So you go and you tariff a bunch of stuff. Why would you tariff staples like bananas and coffee to drive prices up? So he basically backtracked with an executive order. I think it was last Friday he released it saying, oh, hey, affordability is now the buzzword. We're going to go and we're going to do exceptions for things like coffee and bananas. Why did he tariff them in the first place? To me, that's just a sign of stupidity.
I think so too. The thing is with that, Stanley, Donald Trump is pricing things at what he would buy them for at his own expense. Did you see that elaborate dinner that they just had? Where he had some kind of special fish, and I was like, whoa.
Well, yeah, they did. Did you heard about the Halloween party they did?
No, I didn't. Did you have pictures of it?
Oh no, they did like a Gatsby themed holiday or a Halloween party down at Mar-a-Lago during the shutdown.
Oh yeah. That one. That's the one. Yes, that's the one where they had the elaborate special. They went deep into the ocean and got.
Yeah, I do not understand why Republicans aren't up in arms about all this. SNAP benefits are being threatened, and 61% of them, who knows how many SNAP recipients actually voted for Trump.
And the thing is, when they get them, they're gone in one whop, because trust me, I mean, out here for just a thing of milk, and I'm talking about the milk that I drink, oat milk.
Mm-hmm.
$6.89 for just one carton.
Really? Wow.
Yes, a carton of eggs, 12 pack.
You must be either shopping at Whole Foods or Publix.
yeah, look, Whole Foods and Sprouts. but sometimes you can get things on a deal. You really can.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie. I do have like the membership stuff where you could get things cheap, or either I'll go to Costco or some place where everything is still the same price no matter where they have it. And Walmart, sometimes you can get a good deal, but even out here, it is very high. Breakfast food is high. Very high.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead.
Even if you eat any kind of meats are very high out here.
Oh my God, dude. It's like beef prices. And then he basically Trump also wants to import a bunch of, I think it was New Zealand or Australia, one of those two places. So now he's got American cattle ranchers up in arms. But I'm guessing the reason he did that is to try and drive the price of beef down. So, I'm not that upset about it. But let me play this, because Gretchen Whitmer wrote this editorial, this opinion piece talking about tariffs, basically criticizing Trump. His tariffs are just kind of blanket. It don't seem to be well thought out. So she's got words on it. We'll just use the auto reader.
Imagine this: your house burns.
Hold on 1 second. Pause it for 1 second. You're listening. Pause it for 1 second. I want to ask Richard. Okay, he said my grass-fed beef been the same $6.25 a pound. I hope it doesn't go up. And what state are you in?
He's in Florida. But you're buying, this is hamburger you're talking about, right? Grass-fed beef hamburger. That sounds about right at $6.25. Okay. That sounds about right at $6.25 a pound. It's yeah, okay, yeah. That it's about that. You must be, it's probably Publix or somewhere you're getting it from. That sounds about right.
Man, a small thing of ground beef out here, and I'm talking like just a little small, the little packets that you buy to do like some, homemade tacos, not Mexican style, but just the ground beef. Or you're doing spaghetti. It's about every bit of maybe $7.28.
Damn, and that's just $10 a pound for a hamburger. Well, it's grass fed, but damn, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have to catch some deals.
Yeah.
I like turkey burgers too, Butterball, and sometimes they're $10 in the packet, but now they've went all the way up to probably $15.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is I buy groceries maybe once a month now that I've got an empty nest. I used to buy a lot more groceries when my son was here. So, I kind of, prices go up. Like yesterday, I was talking about this Georgia honey, Nate's Georgia honey that I've been getting from Amazon for years. I think it's a 32-ounce bottle of it. It's damn $24 now. I could not believe that. I think I've been getting it for right around it was either $11 or $15 somewhere in there, and that shit is up at 24.
Stanley, I'm gonna tell you my favorite treat for myself, and I know it's bad, but daily. Sometimes it's Dairy Queen, like just a toffee shake or a banana malt, or maybe even a frazzle, like at a regular grocery, a regular convenience store like 7-Eleven, not 7-Eleven, but a Chevron, because they sell these things called frazzles. If you know what I'm talking about, they like an icy.
Are they like icy? Oh, okay, yeah.
It's
yeah,
like
I've never.
Mushy, and I like the blue raspberry, and I mix it with the cherry or strawberry one. Man, that thing is $6.23 for a large. But I still buy it. You can go to Quick Trip and probably get it.
You gotta treat yourself.
Yeah. Go to Quick Trip.
So let's play. Let's play this right quick.
All right.
Because she's going to talk about several things other than
let's
food.
do them right. An opinion piece written by Gretchen Whitmer and read by Chris, an AI-generated voice. Gretchen Whitmer, a Democrat, is governor of Michigan. The American people have been calling on elected officials to tackle the high cost of living. The message was repeated in this month's elections in Michigan, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. As governor of Michigan, I hear it everywhere. Here in my state, we've used the energy behind an affordability agenda to make major bipartisan progress in cutting taxes, building housing, and much more. Unfortunately, our efforts are being undercut by our current chaotic national tariff strategy. If we're going to make life more affordable, that strategy needs a serious rethinking. During the 2024 campaign, Republicans hammered relentlessly on the promise to bring down the price of groceries, energy, cars, healthcare, and housing on day one. But food prices are up. A new car costs more than $50,000 on average. Healthcare premiums on the Affordable Care Act exchange are double or triple what they were for most people last year. Rents are still too high, and we're not building enough quality, affordable homes. In short, the White House's tariffs are making everything more expensive. It's crushing Michigan. Recent findings from several State of Michigan department reports prove what people already feel. Prices just seem to keep going up. Farmers are getting squeezed. Home builders nationwide could reportedly pay a combined $4 billion in tariffs on materials, especially lumber and drywall, raising the cost of an average home by $10,000. The contractors who fix our roads are projecting they will pay up to $218 million more for materials. Families are paying more for meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, and packaged foods. Data from outside organizations validates the trend. A University of Michigan study projects that tariffs could cut 13,000 Michigan jobs. Nationwide, we've seen 1.1 million job cuts over the past 10 months, up 65% over the same period last year. October was one of the worst months for Michigan employment in 2 decades. The Michigan Retailers Association found that roughly 2/3 of small retailers have increased prices because of tariffs or the threat of them. Goldman Sachs notes that American consumers are already shouldering as much as 55% of the cost of the tariffs, paying essentially a $100 billion plus tax on things they need. The upshot? According to the latest NBC News poll, fewer than 1 in 3 Americans believe the administration has lived up to its vows to tackle inflation and the cost of living. To be clear, I'm not against tariffs outright. No state has lived through the consequences of offshoring and outsourcing more than Michigan. Decades of unfettered free trade policy decimated hundreds of our factory towns. It led to declining populations, fewer police officers on the beat, underfunded schools, less housing, and worse roads. Many places lost a sense of purpose and identity. Onshoring and increasing American manufacturing jobs is a worthwhile goal, especially since manufacturing has the highest economic multiplier effect of any sector. But we cannot underestimate or underappreciate the time and capital it takes to actually get it done. There's no shortcut. This must.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop that here. We get the gist of it. This is a looming problem, and I don't know. I don't get a warm and comfy feeling that the administration is actually working hard to deal with this. You got a bunch of people unemployed due to these tech layoffs and the government layoffs. You've got an economy that's soft. You've got the administration as an afterthought going, oh, hey, people really are concerned about grocery store prices. And all of this is happening, week after, next week is Thanksgiving. We're going to be in the middle of the holiday season, and you got a bunch of people who are laid off, not going to be able to do Black Friday like I ever would. But I guarantee you, I predict that at the end of this year, we're going to have retail businesses are not going to do very well this year with all these people that are unemployed. So Trump has a problem coming, and I don't know that he actually understands it. I don't get the impression he does.
I want to answer Rich's question. He says, do you have faith in Trump? I have faith in him for certain things, but not for everyday general life for other people, because Trump is in a different class, when it comes to regular people. So what his price of coffee may be different for the average Joe Diploma who voted for him. You get what I'm saying? And his family. So Donald Trump would not shop at a Winco. He would not shop at a Kroger, or probably not even Walmart.
Well, I have much less faith in Trump than you do. I think he is literally laying off a ton of people. While yesterday we talked about this huge real estate deal. It's basically a real estate branding deal that he has worked out, or his company, Trump, the Trump organization, has organized with Saudi Arabia. He's getting very rich. His family's getting very rich. Yet, as an afterthought, he thinks to lower prices on staples like bananas and coffee. I don't have faith that Trump really even cares that much. And I've made the analogy for 100 times that MAGA is basically a bunch of oligarchs who rode into power on the backs of working people. They're wearing jeans and flannel shirts, pretending that they care about everyday people. Trump may be the only one who can actually speak the language, but that's as far as it goes. He speaks the everyday kind of language, but people are not doing well under him, and the polls reflect it. His numbers aren't even going up.
But you know what, though, Stanley, when you say things like he got rich off the backs of other people, and I believe it, I do. You know what those diehard Trump people gonna say?
Well, no, not off the backs of other people. If you haven't noticed, he spent a lot of time lately on foreign policy. He's been taking a lot of overseas trips, which, presidents do, but everywhere he goes, Saudi Arabia, they announce a real estate deal where the Trump name is going to go up on some new real estate project that
do a lot of bartering.
Crown Prince is doing. Over in China, same thing. The dude, his family is getting richer. And the one thing I can say is they're not hiding it. What
But I want to say
surprises
this,
me
though. The reason
is
why I
that,
said
well,
that.
hold on one sec. What surprises me is that there's not a bigger uprising. People are starting to notice, the point about the H-1B visas, where he says that America doesn't have talent. There's starting to be cracks in the base of MAGA, but it's just happening. They're just noticing this stuff now. And then we talked about Megyn Kelly yesterday. That's kind of a separate issue in the Epstein stuff. MAGA is not doing well. And it's starting to show just in time for Christmas.
You're right. But the point I was just trying to get at was, and you're right. The point I was trying to get at was, anytime people hear just that first sentence and don't listen to everything that you're saying and how you explained it, they go, well, you must understand he came in with all that before he, his family was in wealth already,
Oh no!
But he's making sure.
Dude, they've made $3 billion since he's been back in office. The numbers are out there.
Wow.
I mean, I look at news every day, almost all day. They've calculated that his family has been enriched $3 billion. I'm pretty sure since he's been back in office. I'm not 100%. It may be the entire time that they've been in office, but $3 billion is nothing to sneeze at.
Look up how much his son Barron is.
How much?
How much he's worth?
What? Oh, I don't care about any of that. I don't really care. See, I don't begrudge people being rich.
Oh, no, not at all.
If you're a billionaire, I know I have an idea of what you had to do. Like, there's no such thing as a billionaire who is a good family man. Okay, there are sacrifices to being a billionaire.
Yeah, they're making him the face of social media politics, meaning because he listens, but he's really young though. I don't understand how he would be listening to all these podcasters.
Well, I mean, he's the son of a politician. I would imagine he listens to a lot of it. And the people that like Joe Rogan and I forget the other guy's name. I used to watch him every now and again. Look, these Joe Rogan types, guys listen to him because Joe Rogan does more than politics. So these younger, like Groyper types, they're into politics and culture. They're into the culture wars. TPUSA types, they are into, this culture war stuff. That's really what Joe Rogan does. It's not like straight line politics. A lot of it is culture war stuff.
I kind of like that term because I think they've taken it a step further as to where Black YouTube is based on gender wars. They're based on culture wars.
Well, don't hold on now. We talked last week about Helen Andrews. There's gender war stuff. Scott Galloway. There's the war on boys type stuff. Helen Andrews has talked about the feminization of American culture. So there's some of that gender war stuff that out there.
That is,
let me show you.
Yeah, that exists, and they got it all from the white manosphere and the black manosphere. So that's how this.
Absolutely, yeah. Actually, Man of Tomorrow has been giving me the education. He and Deacon Dave have been.
Oh yeah, Man of Tomorrow. I know him. I know Man of Tomorrow. He's been in space a while.
Yeah, he actually comes up on the panel of late, which
he's been at war with those guys for a very long time. In particular, black men being brutally honest. They've been at it back and forth.
Well, frankly, him even coming up on the panels, like, damn, it's hell. He's royalty. What Deacon Dave calls him, Mr. President. So, I am mighty honored that he even knows who I am. But this Helen Andrews lady has been like on fire here. She wrote this article, The Great Feminization, which is in some of what Scott Galloway has been in, has been popular lately. This basically, they're worried about boys in general, because there are more women like in medical school, in law school, there are more female college graduates, et cetera, et cetera. And quite frankly, I don't know what the big deal is. So what?
Well, I say this, Stanley. The thing is, because like I just told you, I had run across a student the other day in San Francisco who says, oh, no, I'm not going to. Why should I spend all my money? 20 years old. He said, when I can get rich other ways. And I wasn't really thinking about rich. See, his mind was thinking about rich. But my thing is, I think that still you should have some kind of management skills going on, because you can hit like today and be dead broke tomorrow. And you could go back into, I remember when I was 20 years old, I had $1 million. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I do believe that education still is important, for young people. It's not a crime to go.
Look, but again, this goes back to parenting. Someone needs to sit him down and go, you have the potential to be rich, but the odds are working against you, even if you're white.
Yeah. And like you were saying, the females are going to school and they becoming in high positions. Okay, if this guy decided he just want to be a regular handyman, of course he can't get mad at her and say, hey, you need to sit down like Little House on the Prairie and be in the house and be saying. And
well, look, here's what I think. I think that Helen Andrews and Scott Galloway and being kind of a history, I tend to look at culture through history. There's cycles. I think in 50 years, men will be, graduating from college. Who knows? I'm not one to get that upset that, more women are graduating from college or med school or anything like that. So be it. We need to just basically, if you are a boy, I don't think the world is against you. Nature certainly isn't against you. It's just a cycle. I think that Helen Andrews, and there have been some really good critiques of Helen Andrews' idea that everything is being feminized. My response is, so what? Men have been in charge of the world for eons, and look where we are now. If you go and you look at Congress, it's overwhelmingly male. We've never had a female president. So this feminization thing, am I really gonna get upset and sound the alarm that it's the end of American culture or it's even a civilizational threat? Nope, because I don't think it is. I think parenting is our biggest problem. Everything else basically is downstream of parenting. Good parents will prevent a lot of this stuff that we're seeing so much of these days.
Yeah, I do believe too, Stanley, that a lot of everything needs to start in the home. And if you're a grown ass man now on YouTube and you complain about other people and how they do things, you should not be worried about other people's life. That their lives are not in your home, especially if you're happily married.
Amen. Look, I was telling Nidus this morning, dude, if everybody minded their own business, and did the best they could with their own business, I honestly think a lot of these problems would go away eventually.
Yeah, I believe so too. Now on this topic, this right here is what you only see this when the radical people who follow Donald Trump, who so gun ho, like immediately, well, I'll be excused for this. Nobody should be coming up in my neighborhood that's off the grid anyway. I feared for my life. Let me shoot through the peephole.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, this guy's been he's been charged with manslaughter. I do not understand. The poor woman went to the wrong house, she was a cleaning woman.
And the thing
let's
is,
listen to this, right?
Okay.
Let's listen to it. It's only 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Man charged in shooting of cleaning woman who arrived at wrong house in Indiana. This article is by Nicholas Bogle Burrows and Christina Morales and read by an automated voice. A man in Indiana was charged with manslaughter on Monday in the death of a cleaning woman who was shot through a front door when she approached the wrong house this month. The man, Kurt Anderson, 62, owned the home in a suburb of Indianapolis where the woman had arrived, and the authorities said he had fired a single shot through his front door, killing her. He was charged with voluntary manslaughter, a felony, and booked into jail. If convicted of that charge, he could be sentenced to between 10 and 30 years in prison. The killing on November 5th had alarmed the small community of Whitestown in Boone County, Ind, and was similar to several others in recent years, elsewhere in the country, in which homeowners shot people who had arrived at their houses by mistake. The woman who was killed in Indiana, Maria Florinda Rios Perez de Velasquez, had approached the house with her husband, believing that it was one they had been hired to clean. But when two people inside heard noise at their doorstep before dawn that morning, they thought someone might be trying to break in, the police said. They called the police, but before officers arrived, prosecutors say, Mr. Anderson fired a single gunshot through the door of the home, fatally striking Ms. Rios Perez de Velasquez in the head. Ms. Rios Perez de Velasquez was 32 and had immigrated with her husband from Guatemala about 3 years ago, according to her brother. She was the mother of 4 children, the youngest of whom is 1-year-old. This is a tragedy for everyone involved, said Kent T. Eastwood, the top prosecutor in Boone County, as he announced the charge. He had said in an interview earlier this month that he would be closely analyzing the local police department's investigation and noted that Indiana has strong self-defense laws that protected people in many instances. Since the killing, Ms. Rios Perez de Velasquez's family had called for charges against the shooter in interviews, on social media, and on the steps of the prosecutor's office. All I'm asking for is justice, the woman's husband, Mauricio Velasquez, said in Spanish while holding their youngest child at a demonstration last week. We know that we're immigrants, but we have rights because we are not animals, we are people. Susan C. Beachy contributed research.
They don't say whether they knocked or just what, but, firing through a closed door is not self-defense.
And I'm thinking too, maybe they had, do they, this is what I factor in. Do they have cameras around the house? Do they have ring lights? Do they have a ring camera? Do they have a history of the area that they live in is high crime, where people robbing and stealing and killing, in their area? I factor in all that.
Yeah, well, the cops or the justice system will sort it out. He's been booked on manslaughter. Let's see here. What is next? Oh, this is interesting. South Carolina man executed by firing squad. I knew Utah had the option. So apparently South Carolina has you can choose either firing squad or electric chair, which I actually approve of.
Man, give me the electric chair.
No. I don't want to feel any pain. So, 44-year-old man, Stephen Corey Bryant, was executed by firing squad in South Carolina on November 14th for killing two strangers and an acquaintance in 2004. Bryant chose to be executed by firing squad over the electric chair and lethal injection, becoming the third inmate in South Carolina to be executed this way. Bryant was sentenced to death for fatally shooting 62-year-old Willard Teachin. I don't know how you pronounce that. 9 times.
Taichin. That's a Asian person.
Okay. 9 times during a 2004 crime spree. Was also given 2 life sentences for killing 2 other men. God damn.
Well, I don't care how he died. He shouldn't have been doing no shit like that.
I know. What's up, man?
Hey, Stanley, how's your day going?
So far so good. Put
Hey,
that
how you
story in
doing?
the chat. Okay. Yeah, I
Good to
thought you
see
know what?
y'all.
Portia would kill me because I should be putting all these links in the show notes, and I forgot to do it again today. So here's that. Hold on one sec. This is a ground news link. So I just dropped it into the chat for you. So
Hey, Stanley, I'm gonna get down. Thank you for having me up. 12
it was,
man.
no, it was great. It was great having you up here.
Yeah.
So I will get with you. You, me, and Nightish need to talk about some of the the racial contract and the education stuff, especially. Hopefully, we can do that here fairly soon.
And the thing is, I want people to know, and I've said this time and time again, I'm not pro-black. I'm just pro-right about whatever it is. If it's out of order, I'm on the right side of it, and I just don't get into religion or people's personal life choices and what they decide to do.
Well,
I'm not going to get that deep and graphic about that.
Well,
now,
you know what? People go, well, Stanley, you're pro-black, and I just basically tell them, look, I'm not anti-black. If that is that is the definition of pro-black, then I'm pro-black. I don't think everything black people do is wrong. I don't think we're especially prone to violence. I don't think that race is genetic, etc.
being proud to be black doesn't mean that you're woke. Or they try to shame you as being woke, or what is it? The other one, pro-black, like you said, is not pro-black. Doesn't mean that you being proud is not to be
exactly
that you deal with the degenerate of black society, and this is what they equate to. Meaning, only thing I try to promote, even on my channel, is the good of what we can see in Black America. Like people that I promote, people who are doing things in the community that are black people that you don't see.
Drop your channel in the chat, by the way.
Okay. And I want you to rethink what I asked you. You don't have to show your face. Okay, I got you on that. I just need a recording.
Well, we all know I need a haircut. One of these days I'll do it.
Look, don't worry about that. I got
you saying that too, Stanley.
What?
One of these days I'll cut my hair. One of these days.
Narratives. Oh, okay. Narratives. Drop your chat and information in the drop your links in the chat. You're an admin.
Yes, I do that.
Okay,
but I want to promote you more than anything. I'm cool. Most of the people know me here, but it's not a big deal for me. But I really, man, this is you. I'm a storyteller, and I do believe in investigations. I do believe in the news, and I do believe in genuine feedback. Not nobody going against people for speaking out. I don't care if you're black, white, or whatever, but you can do it with respect.
Exactly.
Yeah. And with that, I'm gonna get down and
all right. Well, it's great talking to you.
Man, take over the new shift.
I don't think I could ever take over Stanley's channel. He's made it clear he's the boss around here.
All right.
All right, take it easy. Jeff Bezos reportedly launches new AI startup with him as CEO. Now, I heard he was co-CEO. So, former Amazon CEO to co-head Project Prometheus with tech executive Vic Bajaj, according to New York Times. So, looks like we're gonna have a new AI competitor thing. So after stepping down as Amazon CEO 4 years ago, Jeff Bezos, the billionaire founder and former chief executive of the online shopping company, is going to be a CEO again. This time, Bezos has appointed himself co-CEO of an AI startup called Project Prometheus. New York Times reported, citing anonymous sources. The startup, which will focus on developing AI for engineering and manufacturing in various fields, has already received $6.2 billion in funding, more than many companies are able to raise in their lifetimes. Leading the company alongside Bezos is his co-founder and co-CEO Vic Bajaj, a celebrity tech executive in his own right. Bajaj is a physicist and chemist, best known for his work at Google's Moonshot Factory X, where he founded the health startup Verily. I've heard of Verily. It is unclear how long the company has existed, but Project Prometheus has already hired 100 employees, poaching several from firms like OpenAI, DeepMind, and Meta, according to the Times. Little else is known about the project, as Bezos did not disclose where the company will be based or how its technology might function. This is pretty cool. So Bezos and Bajaj joined a crowded AI marketplace where billions of dollars are being poured into competitors like OpenAI, and billions more being spent to support the rapid development of AI models. More experts are beginning to question the financial sustainability of the AI industry, though. Michael Burry, best known for accurately predicting the 2008 housing crisis, recently invested $1 billion in bets that Palantir and Nvidia shares will fall just days after he accused some of the big tech firms of using accounting tricks to artificially boost earnings. So there's a new AI company in town, folks, and Jeff Bezos is its co-CEO. We'll look forward.
I think we need another AI, like we need another hole in our head or something.
More competition. I don't begrudge another company getting involved, and they're going to concentrate on engineering and manufacturing, which is, I assume there'll be robotics involved and that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So this next story, South Park takes on Trump and wins bigly. Apparently, I haven't watched South Park this season. I may actually do that this week or this weekend, but I hear they have just been killing Trump. And this picture here of the torn down East Wing with the devil, the devil holding a Gucci purse, and Trump in a hard hat. It says here, when they started sketching new episodes of the brash animated comedy South Park this summer, the two creators, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, found themselves thinking a lot about politics and MAGA. The Trump administration and everything that comes with it was inescapable. By the way, Trey Parker and Matt Stone are Republicans. So that makes it even funnier.
I don't pay a lot of attention to cartoons.
Oh, South Park is different. Just like The Simpsons used to be kind of cutting edge and edgy. South Park, I haven't watched South Park in years, but there's almost no way you can sit down and watch one of those cartoons and not just die laughing. It's hilarious. And the funnier part is they got renewed with $1 billion deal and went in and they have just been fucking with the Trump administration. Like Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel are literally like peanuts compared to what South Park has been doing. I wish, maybe one of these days I'll start a Rumble channel or start a Discord or figure out a way to start showing stuff that you can't show on YouTube. That really ought to be something I do. But they've been.
Kick is another one, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
Kick is another one.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Kick, but the bottom line is I haven't heard the Trump administration say jack about South Park, and I'm kind of wondering why. So that's pretty much all the news stuff, and I do have a few videos that are basically on the Trump on Trump stuff and some other stuff. There's this new outdoors channel called Battle Axe Outdoors, which I see they're live. I'm not gonna watch it now, but the woman actually reminds me of my wife, believe it or not. So
personally, I'm on the fence about Trump right now. I'm waiting to see these Epstein files and what exactly they have to say about Trump. I mean,
well, I'm gonna tell you right now. I personally think Epstein is really gonna be small potatoes compared to what's gonna happen to this economy. This economy is not doing well, and Trump doesn't seem to be that concerned about it, and he should be. So here we are. This
is his policies are going to take some time to.
Okay, his policies are
go into play.
His policies are trash. Taking time. Dude, literally this Friday, I think it was.
But at my core, I'm actually an entrepreneur.
Released an executive order to deal with tariffs on grocery store items. He's asleep at the wheel, quite frankly. People have been complaining about grocery prices since before he was in office, and he puts a tariff on bananas in coffee. Really? Stuff that can't be grown in the United States. And it wasn't like I just think it's absolutely stupid to have not known that putting tariffs on everyday grocery items would be a problem months down the line. I don't get it. I'm just gonna say his policies. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I was shocked when I heard that bananas had a tariff on it.
Me too. I know.
That's stuff you can't grow in the U.S. and everybody eats bananas. Why would you put a tariff on it?
I just bought some today, but still, Stanley, like 95 cents a pound is what I pay for bananas. So I get 2 pounds of bananas for less than $2. I'm still pretty happy. You know what I mean?
But bananas.
I didn't even notice.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Well, let me put it to you this way. I buy this Nate's Georgia honey. It's basically honey that's local to Georgia. $24 for a 32-ounce bottle. And I've been paying, I think I remember paying like somewhere between $11 to $15, which is still expensive, but it's gone up $10. It's
Damn.
not even. It's not even imported.
Right. Yeah. And
So,
to me, it makes no sense that we have to pay more to buy local, like to buy local beef. I mean, you're
well,
going to be paying a lot
you
of money.
gotta. Trump's policies on agriculture have hurt farmers. There was an article or a YouTube video that I saw a few months ago about a honeybee farmer who was hit by something that Trump did with farms. He was wondering, he didn't even know if he was going to be able to stay in business.
Yeah.
So Trump's policies are not, they're not. Unemployment is up. AI is part of the cause. Government layoffs, another part of the cause. It's a mess. And Epstein, I think Epstein is a Trump problem. Americans are going to have their own problems in this soft economy.
I think we've been in a mess for a few decades in this country, and
I think Trump in his 10 months have affected the economy greatly. Mostly because businesses, it's been unstable, the way he's been going back and forth on tariffs. All of a sudden, he's gonna go and he has to issue a whole executive order just to bring down a couple of items in grocery stores. He's not doing a good job economically. He's been concentrating a lot on foreign policy, blowing up boats and shit like that. But he's not paying attention to what's happening here. And it is obvious, and you can hear the rustling in the grassroots. So this is Vivek Ramaswamy, the unknown path to success nobody talks about. Well, apparently Vivek's going to tell us about it.
You might know me from my run for U.S. president. I'm running for governor of Ohio now. But at my core, I'm actually an entrepreneur. I love to found companies, especially ones that are contrarian, that run in the other direction from where the conventional pack is running. My first business is a company called Roivant. Today, 11 years after founding it, it is one of the small handful of companies, of biotech companies in the 21st century that's exceeded a market cap of $10 billion, which is where it is today. But how did I build that business? It was identifying drugs, identifying medicines that the rest of the pharma industry had.
See, this is a perfect example of these oligarchs talking about their path to success, but not a path that, Joe Sixpack's kids can follow. Okay. How many people are going to be founding biotech companies? These guys are out of
nobody.
These guys are out of fucking touch. They're out of fucking touch.
I agree.
Dude, how is this going to help? He's running for governor of Ohio. How is this going to help? Some kid in Springfield, Ohio. I don't get it. These guys actually think that, people are sitting on their sofa or at the dinner table going, "Oh, Vivek, how'd you do it, Vivek?"
In areas like women's health, endometriosis, uterine fibroids, a rare genetic disease in kids where kids die by the age of 3 if they're not treated. We develop medicines for those disease areas and several others that are now FDA-approved products helping people, but that otherwise would have never seen the light of day had we not actually taken those risks where the rest of the pharma industry was too afraid to do it. Does that involve risk, including the risk of failure? Sure. That's the way success in entrepreneurship works, is you got to be willing to fail on certain projects to succeed in others. That's how I built that first business, Roivant. Now, to me, that's not a one-off. That is a formula for repeated success. Again, be contrarian and be right. And I've done that in other sectors as well. Another business I
This
founded is one called
motherfucker is
Strive.
just so
That when the
fucking
entire
out of touch.
financial services industry was running towards environmental and social issues, ESG, I founded.
So now he's talking about the financial services industry. What the fuck? How is this helping the mom and pop shop in Podunk, Ohio? Dude, just I cannot believe that that they even call themselves a populist movement.
Strive saying, no. We don't do things the ESG way. We do things by doubling down on capitalism. Build an asset manager and a financial services company founded on success, founded on the American founding principles of merit and capitalism. And it turns out people flocked to that business. Strive is now also a publicly traded over $1 billion company today, including with a focus on Bitcoin. And the third business I founded.
Some kid coming out of high school can do that real quick. All they got to do is be entrepreneurial and contrarian, and we can be like VVAT.
Very similar story. It's called Chapter. It focused on connecting older Americans who were served up Medicare plans that weren't right for them, but instead using their actual personal attributes that they provided to connect them with the Medicare plan that was correct for them. That's a private company, but now valued at well over $1 billion too. So this is in a short decade. I had a chance to found multiple $1 billion plus companies.
Ma, why can't we get together and come up with $1 billion company?
One of which is a $10 billion plus company. And the way you do it is provide something of greater value to your customers than the cost it takes for you to deliver it. That's what true capitalism is about. It's the greatest system known to man to lift people up from poverty. And I understand a lot of young people are cynical about it, or skeptical about the American dream. Maybe hearing me talk about these stories and wonder, how could that be me? That isn't something that I could do. Here's my advice to you. Yes, you can actually. It takes patience. It takes ingenuity. It takes tenacity. But if you're willing to understand something.
Okay, what he's not telling you is it takes an Ivy League education. It takes capital, which he had. God damn, dude. This is a perfect example of MAGA. These billionaires rode the backs of the everyday guy, everyday family into power, and now they want to fucking lecture you on how to be like them? Dude, talk about being out of touch.
That's broken. If something annoys you in daily life, go home, write it down in your notebook. At the heart of that is probably a really good idea that somebody can pursue. And then you got to ask yourself, where are your unique skill sets? What has God given you that is unique to you? And where does that match with building
Is
that
God
business
going to
in
give
that
you a
area
Yale
where
education?
the rest of the industry isn't looking? Believe it or not, if you stick to it and stay tenacious, most of you will find that opportunity. If not to found your own business, to find a
Most of
job
you?
that allows you to succeed anyway.
Oh my God.
That's how we lift
Most
people
of you?
up, not through victimhood, not through being jealous of somebody else's success, but instead creating a country where our young people are actually able to participate in it instead. And that's what I'm looking to create in my home state and hopefully provide a model for the rest of the country.
I'll explain to you how America is.
Oh. And this is I wish Narratives or Nightish could have stayed. This is that Chinese Professor Zhang. He's going to be talking the title of this video is How America is Destroying Itself and the World. And here up on the board, if you can't see it, the title, the heading is Thanks Meritocracy. And this dovetails nicely with what Vivek was just talking about, the American dream. Dude, these guys are out of touch. And I have a feeling Professor Zhang is going to, the first bullet point under Thanks Meritocracy is extreme inequality. The next is broken education system. traumatized children. Oh, he's about to rip rip us a new one.
Is destroying the world. Okay, death by meritocracy. All right, so let's go. Okay, so if you
Hey, Ryan,
graph, what you can see is this. In the year 1875, the best universities in the world were actually not in America. They were in Germany. Germany was producing the most Nobel Prize winners. Second was France, followed by the UK, okay? And America was non-existent. But because of its investments in research universities, it started to move up and up. And then it won World War II, so now it can import all these German scientists. And that's why it dominates today. So the best universities in the world are now in America, Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. Okay. Now, as each university gets better and better, they're letting more students, okay? And as you can see, more and more American students are now going to college. Before, in 1940, it was only about 5% of all males who went to university. Today, it's almost, it's 35% basically, okay? So that's a huge step. And you would think that with the increase in college graduates, America would become a much more equal society, right? Well, the opposite has happened, okay? America has become a much more unequal society. This is something called the Gini coefficient, which measures inequality. And as you can see, these past 20 years, it's gone way up. It's among the highest in the world, meaning America right now is one of the most unequal societies in the world, even though over a third of its young people go and graduate from college. This is a graph of social mobility, okay? So the graph, the top, this number shows you if the number of people who are doing better than their parents. As you can see in the year 1940, most people are doing better than their parents. But over time, it's no one's doing better than their parents, okay? So your generation, you will not do better than your parents, most of you, okay? Income inequality has gone way up in the United States. The top 1% control most of the wealth in the United States, as you can see from this map, okay? So even though America has become wealthier, it's actually going to just the 1%. At the same time, universities are becoming much more expensive, okay? So and this is leading to student debt. You can see how student loans has gone way up. So in America,
Stanley,
student debt is the only type of debt that you can never, ever get rid of. You can't.
Well, this whole thing about student debt, I think the problem and the cost of going to college has to do with them getting unlimited government funding for all these student loans. And we're like, any
okay, well,
Tom,
number
Dick, and
one, hold on. Number one, they're not unlimited. Number two, well, go ahead and finish. The funds are not unlimited.
Well, they more or less get a blank check because you could be just about anybody and get a student loan to go to college, whether you're qualified to be at a university or not, right?
Okay, no, that's untrue. If you're not qualified, you won't get accepted.
Well, they seem to lower their acceptance standards.
No,
No,
hold on. No. You're not going to just gallivant off and be the distributor of misinformation. Okay, if you're not qualified to go to a college, you won't get in. That's just how it works. They, especially the more elite schools, but any school, if you got a 0 on your SAT, you're not getting in. There's certain things you have to do.
I think as long as they're making money,
that's part of That is part of the problem.
I mean, I think the standards must have been higher before.
No. I think if anything, the standards are higher now than they were years ago.
I don't see how that can be. With you take.
I know, for instance, University of Georgia, where I went to school, you have to have a 1200 SAT before they even look at you. It wasn't like that when I went to the University of Georgia.
Well, now they're letting people into college and universities that need remedial classes in reading, writing.
They've always done. They have always done that. Now, I can tell you that the University of Georgia does not. Georgia Tech definitely doesn't. You're not doing remedial shit at either one of those schools.
That's a good thing.
Now there are smaller colleges in Georgia that may do remedial, but I know remedial English and stuff like that. It's been around since I was in college.
Well, you know that the younger kids were graduating at a really low rate, and when they're coming out of high school, they can't read or write or do math. I mean, it's a disaster.
Right, and that has nothing to do with college admissions.
Well, yeah, because it does.
No, it actually doesn't. Most everybody to get into a competitive college, they did scrap the SAT for places like Harvard and stuff. But the thing is if you don't have like a 4.0 grade point average or some mitigating circumstance, Harvard's not going to even look at you.
Oh,
okay,
no, those
now
are elite colleges, though.
Right. But what I'm saying is, for instance, in Georgia, and I know it better, than other places, the two flagship universities, Georgia Tech and Georgia, both are in the top 50 colleges in the United States. Georgia Tech's like in the 30s or something like that. Georgia is usually at about number 50. Again, you're not going to be taking remedial courses. Now, they may make some exceptions for athletes. I don't know about foreign students, but if you're not, under some special circumstance, you're not going to be taking remedial classes. Now, there are smaller colleges, like, for instance, there's a LaGrange College. Some of these smaller colleges may allow someone with like West Georgia College, for instance. I'm sure you don't need 1200 to get into West Georgia College, but it's also not very expensive. The other thing that Georgia does is if you have a 3.0 or above, you can have a Hope Scholarship, which pays for a good portion of tuition for the smaller colleges. So, there's some states who try to defray some of the cost. In Georgia, where most of your student loan is going to go is for housing and for room and board. If you have over a 3.0, you can pretty much cover the tuition with room and but the room and board are where the major expenses are. However, you can get financial aid. It's possible to get financial aid without doing student loans, but you're going to have high grades to do it.
Well, I don't think we should be giving out funding for any kind of college or university or whatsoever. Like, you should be able to work a part-time
that would be a disaster.
Trade school.
You are not no, you're going to doom people to you're going to doom an Einstein, a potential Einstein, to doing something he wouldn't be particularly good at. I think the solution is to make it a lot more competitive. I think parents aren't doing their jobs. If you are encouraging your kids to go to a school where they have to take out, $50,000 in debt, you're not a good parent. And I think a lot of it, I do think there is a little bit of coercion in there. I think if you're a parent and your kid is a C student, you shouldn't even be talking about college. You should be talking about trade or the military or just working right out. And if the kid decides, oh, hey, you know what? I really do want to go to college because I really do want to be serious. They'll have to figure out a way to fund it. Now, they may be able to take out loans or what have you, but I can tell you adult students tend to be a lot more serious about college than, kids right out of high school. All I think, I will agree that we need to make it more competitive. Like, hey, you're not going to go to this college if you're a C student. You need to figure out another way. But I also think parents, like if my son was a C student, I'd be like, no, I don't think college is going to work for you, son. We need to make high school basically the sorting process for college. And why we don't do that, I don't know. But student loans are a problem, but I don't think it's the biggest problem. I think parenting and level setting these kids in high school are the biggest problem.
Yeah, when I went to trade school to pay for that, I worked a part-time job, and I lived in a little abandoned shack that I made into a halfway decent home. And I didn't have no rent. I just had to have a little stove where I could cook up some pork and beans and a goddamn grilled cheese, and then go to school and then go to bed directly back to work. So I've been through it, man. Not everyone.
Yeah, well, that's
in
hold on. That's your personal story, and we congratulate you. But that's anecdote. Not everybody should have to have your experience. And Kelvin,
I'm just saying,
anyone
can do it.
Kelvin, you and your far right ideas about what a Mickey Mouse degree is, you and I'll never agree on that. I think if you're
that is
smart,
a problem.
No, I don't care what you think. I'm literally talking to Kelvin. I think that it's not a problem. I think the problem is sending C students to get Mickey Mouse degrees. I think if you're actually smart, you can major in just about anything and make a living. You just need to understand that you may not be a billionaire. But I have nothing against someone going and getting an art degree or something like that. But you better be good at art.
And you think the government should
you
pay
better
for that?
And you better understand. I'm sorry, what?
And you think the government should give out loans for people to
Absolutely
do underwater basket weaving,
absolutely.
shit
Okay,
like that.
if you say underwater basket weaving one more time, I'll just bounce you from the panel because that's not a serious talking point.
Yet they gave out government loans to do that stuff.
Okay,
Stanley.
they're not giving out government loans, and the key word is loans. They're expecting to be paid back.
Which they don't.
Sure they do. And as I said, okay,
demand
God
for.
damn it, 12th man, stop interrupting. As I said, parenting is the problem, not the loans. Okay, parents should not be letting little Johnny, who's a C student, go to college at all. They need to be level setting these folks.
I agree with that.
Okay, and everything else, again, good parenting will take care of the loan issue because a good parent is not going to let a C student take out $100,000 in loans to go to a college that they may or may not complete.
Yeah.
And as far as the degrees go, like I said, if you are talented and actually smart, an art degree, you'll make a living as an artist. However, you won't be, living in a fancy house with a fancy car. That's the other thing parents need to level set. Son, we know you're good at art, but you need to understand that you are good. Unless you're Picasso, you're going to struggle. And you know what? If you want to take the risk and be an artist, parents don't have to pay for it, I guess, if they don't want. But really what I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as a Mickey Mouse degree. This far right notion that if it's not STEM, it's a Mickey Mouse degree is bullshit. And it's literally a sign of ignorance. So yes, Kelvin, I'm calling you ignorant.
So Stanley, I guess you would agree that the government shouldn't give out loans for Mickey Mouse degrees whatsoever.
No, I don't agree. I literally
loans?
just said there's no such thing as a Mickey Mouse degree. And I think that governments should give out student money. It's the parents who need to be the delimiter, not the government.
Yeah, and that's the way it was back in the day when you were growing up, Stanley. Like parents,
I don't know.
prepared.
I don't. To be honest, I don't know because I scholarshiped my way through college. I owed nothing when I got
That's
out
great.
of college. However, but that's what I'm saying. If I had been a C student, I would have expected my parents to go, "Hey, you know what? What you need to do is get into the military." The government should not be the one saying, "Hey, look, don't take out $100,000 loan," or the banks, which
They
is
should be the
actually
one
the
denying
banks. The banks are actually making the loans. The government is backing the loans. Okay, and banks are in it for the money. You're not going to be able. You're not going to tell a bank I can't loan money to a student. Banks are not the government. So
I think a part of a parent's
I don't
job.
think again, the government isn't the problem. Okay, government backs the loans. If you're saying the government should not back the loan, well, you might be right about that, but as soon as the government decides to fund one type of degree over another, it's going to be the white people in America that are going to be up in arms about that. It's gonna be the white people who can't get loans, so little Johnny can go and get his art degree. They're gonna be the ones that are up raising hell when the government starts picking winners and losers, and that's exactly what they're gonna be doing if they decide, hey, we'll fund a math degree, but we're not going to fund an arts degree. That is not what the government is for. Now, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if banks started being more selective, but you know what? I would guess that most people who go to arts or go get an art degree, they probably graduate. And if someone wants to major in art, they just need to understand that, hey, you're not going to be making, $100,000 out of school. You're going to be kind of poor and you need to plan for it. So I don't buy into this far right Mickey Mouse degree. Government shouldn't be doing this, that, or the other. I think the argument is trash.
Their bankruptcy, this debt cannot be be gotten rid of. Okay, when you die, it passes on to your children. Okay, so this is a terrible situation for young people in America. This is actually a more stark graph where tuition has gone way up, but wages have stayed pretty stagnant. Okay? And it's leading to depression among teenagers. Okay? And also, the thing about this graph is the middle class and wealthy students are much more likely to be depressed and identify as depressed than poor students. All right, so this is leading to a crisis in America. So what has happened? Well, you had two individuals who created the meritocracy. The first is named James B. Conant, and he was president of Harvard for a couple of decades, and he was a person who brought in the SAT in order to identify scholarship students. And he made Harvard into the best research university in America, okay? And he was determined to make Harvard into the best university in the world, as well as an institution of power in America, meaning that it would now decide who wins and who loses in America. The man who would help him is named Harry Chauncey. He was dean of Harvard, who was in charge of the scholarship program. Then he got a new job at a new organization called ETS. You know ETS because it's Education Testing Services. They're the ones responsible for the SAT, the TOEFL, the AP, the GRE, okay? So these two together create the modern meritocracy. And as you can imagine, because they're both from Harvard, the entire system is set up to benefit Harvard, okay? And guess what, guys? It worked, okay? So in the year 1940, 90% of applicants to Harvard got accepted. Now it's gone way down to 5%, okay? Stanford is even lower, okay? So now it's so hard to get into Harvard. At the same time, look at the cash of Harvard, okay? This is called the endowment. The amount of money they have at Harvard is just ridiculous. They have more money than most countries in the world. Right now, their endowment is about $40 billion, okay? And it's just the past 30, 40 years. The success of the Harvard alumni is just incredible. The most billionaires in America, Harvard graduates more billionaires than any other place, okay? 127 billionaires in 2024. Second is Stanford, all right? No one else comes close. But not only that, but it's also anyone with over $100 million. Most of them graduate from Harvard, okay? 7% of all people in America who have over $100 million in net worth graduate from Harvard, okay? Then you have MIT, Stanford, Pennsylvania, Columbia, Yale, Cornell, Princeton. Guess what, guys? Ivy League plus MIT. Okay, $30 million. Still Harvard is number one, okay? All right? So their graduates are the most successful in America. Okay? But it's not just rich people. It's everyone in the American elite. Okay? Most of them are graduates of the elite universities. Okay? So this is an article in Nature, and they looked at all the elite in America. And what they discovered is most of them went to certain schools, the elite universities, and this is what's causing a lot of political conflict in America today. All right, so let's just look at what they found. The red is Harvard graduates, okay? The green are Harvard plus Ivy League. And as you can see, Harvard is everywhere. Even among generals, admirals, there's Harvard people, okay? They dominate.
Let me make a point about the generals and the admirals. They're not Harvard. Most of the generals and admirals that get Harvard degrees are getting master's degrees and above. I know that because I have a couple friends who are admirals who have Harvard master's degrees. Not a whole lot of people who graduate from Harvard actually go into the Navy.
In terms of philosophers and professors, but they're everywhere. Even Pulitzer Prize winners, billionaires, New York Times bestselling authors.
Okay, and again, I'm not exactly sure why he's framing it this way. smart people go to Harvard. Some of these people, Harvard, part of of going to places like Harvard is the networking. You got a bunch of billionaires. Well, when they see Harvard, some Harvard graduate, they may wind up snatching that person up and mentoring. But what I'm saying is that it's not the Harvard degree necessarily. It's the person who holds the Harvard degree. These are smart people to begin with. So Harvard,
Not all of them.
The way he's explaining it is, hey, if Joe Blow goes to Harvard, he would be, potentially a billionaire. That's not necessarily true. Joe Blow needs to be pretty smart to go to Harvard in the first place.
Fortune 500 CEOs, federal judges, senators, okay? They're everywhere. And that's the power of Harvard. This is a portion of Harvard graduates compared with the general population. This is the portion of Harvard graduates compared with the elite. Okay? You see the contrast. So Harvard and Ivy League dominate America today. Okay? Now, what's amazing is,
well, Kelvin, my son's Asian girlfriend is an elite college student as well. So C is average, I bet. I guess. But anyway, it just so happens that she's like as a matter of fact, she's like some sort of economics major at Emory, Kelvin, believe that or not.
Harvard people don't know they dominate Harvard. They don't know they're elite. So they did a survey, and so they asked people in these elite organizations, how many people do you think in this organization went to Harvard and other elite universities? So the red is the actual number, the blue is the estimate. So Harvard, they really don't even know they dominate America. Okay, and you ask them like, no, it's conspiracy theory. No, you're spreading conspiracy theories. We're just average people. There's no way Harvard controls
What's up, dirty
America.
dude?
All right. Now, as I mentioned, at Harvard, just going to Harvard is not enough. You have to join the elite social clubs, the social secret societies. So at Harvard, there's a place called, at Harvard, everyone wants to join the porcelain club, okay? At Princeton, it's the Ivy Club. Okay? These are secret societies. Well, they're not really secret, but they're senior societies, okay? They're clubs that everyone wants to join. At Yale, it's Skull and Bones. Okay? Skull and Bones is the most famous college secret society.
Here we
They're not
go.
that secret because they like to brag that they're Skull and Bones. They're so powerful that they produce a lot of presidents, a lot of rich people, okay? 2004, okay? George W. Bush versus John Kerry. Guess what, guys? John Kerry's the Democratic nominee. George Bush is Republican nominee, right? They're both Skull and Bones. They're both Yale Skull and Bones. Okay? So it's a rigged game.
Okay.
Or Barack Obama, okay? Barack Obama, Columbia, went to Harvard Law School, but he promised hope and change. He told people in 2008 that the game is rigged against them, that he would be their champion, that he would make America more fair, okay? And he won. Why? Because, well, sorry, so this is his book, Dreams My Father. It was a New York Times bestseller. It basically launched his political career. He won because in 2008, the US economy collapsed. Why? Because the US banks, the US political system was controlled by Ivy League graduates, by just people who are friends with each other.
This guy's a joke. He's a joke.
Well, come on now. This is in China. These classes are taking place in China, and you're going to expect a little bit of indoctrination. He's teaching Chinese high school students. So, do you hear that, folks? Harvard crashed the American economy.
Skull and bones.
This
like
is
the
hilarious.
Big conspiracy. It's always a big conspiracy.
And so they cheated. They became corrupt. Okay, they basically destroyed the American economy.
Of course, the
and
smartest
people
should
protested
lead the world
against all this. And Barack Obama promised that we'd come in and do something about it. Okay. Well, he did do something about it. Right. So his economic team, he appointed quite a few individuals. These are the two most famous. Larry Summers, who was a Harvard graduate as well as a president of Harvard. And he was Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton, and he was the guy who created the mess in the first place. And then Tim Geithner, who was a Dartmouth graduate, and he was the Treasury Secretary, okay? So these
the
are friends of
Treasury
Wall Street who came in
created the
to save Wall Street.
economic crash?
So a lot of critics say, it's Wall Street who created this mess, who destroyed the American economy. They should be punished, or at least they should feel some pain. If you just let them go and help them out and save them, then you create a problem called moral hazard. The idea of moral hazard is if you don't have any consequences for your mistake, you will do it again. Okay? And then Larry Summers said, no, you guys are seeing it incorrectly. We have to save the American economy. The goal is not to save the banks and my friend. The goal is to save the American people and the American economy. And that's why we're bailing out the banks by giving them free money. Okay? And then the critics were like, well, how about all these American homeowners who lost their homes?
Incorrect as well.
Shouldn't we help them as well? And do you know what Larry Summers said? Moral hazard, guys. Do you understand? Moral hazard? If we help out these ordinary Americans, they won't learn anything.
Well, he was young. He was in his mid or early 40s.
People were angry. The banks got saved. The people got screwed over. And guess what, guys? Because of this, who did we get? This guy. Okay? This is why he won. There were millions of Americans who...
Oh, this is hilarious. They didn't laugh at Obama, but as soon as fucking Trump gets up there, they laugh. Oh, this is classic. I gotta rewind it. That's why we got this guy.
Okay. So as you can see, people were angry. The banks got saved. The people got screwed over. And guess what, guys? Because of this, who did we get? This guy. Okay. This is why he won. There were millions of Americans who voted for Barack.
Hey, Trump is indeed a laughing stock. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Oh, man. I'm sorry for all you guys who voted for Trump that you're the laughing stock of China.
Obama, because he promised hope and change. And then they voted for Donald Trump because he promised to destroy the system.
Pro-China. I got it.
I'm pro-China. Just because I say Trump is a laughing stock, that means I'm pro-China.
So Barack Obama and Donald Trump were always adversaries. In fact, Donald Trump led a movement which accused Barack Obama of not being born in America. He's born in America, but Donald Trump is saying no, he was actually born in Nigeria.
Is that right? It all came from Home Depot?
So Barack Obama made fun of Donald Trump. 2011, there's a big dinner, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where Barack Obama gets on stage.
No, I can't really imagine that.
He says, hey, if Donald Trump ever became president, this is what the White House would look like. It'd be a casino. Okay? And this is funny, right? Donald Trump was in the audience that day. And everyone was laughing at him. And that's what motivated Donald Trump to become president of the United States.
A lot of people actually
thank Obama
think
for Donald Trump. Without Obama, there would be no Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He might be kind of right about that.
Barack Obama. It's a lot of people in the American political class. They're just soulless, robots, okay? This man is J.D. Vance. He's the vice president for Donald Trump. Like Barack Obama, he wrote a book, a bestseller called Hillbilly Elegy, and it's possible he becomes president of the United States as well. Now, you may not know this, but when he first came into prominence, he opposed Donald Trump. He thought that Donald Trump would be a fascist and be a dictator and all that. And then suddenly he changes his opinion and says, Donald Trump is the greatest guy in the world. Okay? So these guys, like J.D. Vance and Barack Obama, they have no ideas of their own. They're just puppets. They just tell people what they want to hear. All they know is another example of this man's name is Johnny Kim, okay? And he'll probably run for president of the United States one day, or at least be a U.S. senator. Why do I mention him? Guess what, guys? He was a Navy SEAL, which is the top position you can ever achieve in the military. He was a secret soldier, okay? He went to Harvard Medical School, became a doctor. And then he joined NASA, became an astronaut. This is like the ideal Ivy League graduate, okay? This is what Harvard wants. Now, why is he able to do all this? Well, because
he's Korean.
This is his Wikipedia entry, okay? In 2002, the police went into his house and killed his father. He was there and he saw the police killed his father. He was traumatized for life. His father was a domestic abuser. The father was violent, crazy, hit him all the time. Okay? So he has dissociative personality disorder. And in fact, if you look at most of these really successful people, they do have dissociative personality disorder. And that's why he was able to do all this, because he turned the trauma into an energy to drive him to greater and greater achievement. The problem, though, is he has no ideas of his own. He's just a puppet, guys, okay? So let's conclude
You know
and
who this guy
summarize
sounds like? He sounds
why
like
the
John
American
Galt.
meritocracy is so great. It creates this extreme inequality in America, okay? So it destroyed the school system because all people care about are their grades now, right? People don't even care about learning anymore. All they want are the grades. In fact, if you get a bad grade, you'll probably complain to the teacher. In which case, the teacher's now afraid to teach you because if the teacher tries to challenge you, make you a better student, you'll just complain, okay? And if you don't succeed, your parents will come and complain, okay? Traumatized children, okay? Okay? If you look at the rate of mental illness in China and America, it's just insane. Death of the American dream and social mobility, you're not gonna be richer than your parents, you're just not. Concentration of wealth, power, and status in the 1%, the richest just get richer. Political divide between left and right, okay? So you have all these political divisions right now in America. Corruption, so Wall Street just steals and steals and steals, and no one can do anything about it. Destruction of American identity, globalization, immigration, woke ideology, okay? Incompetent and mismanagement. You look at COVID, you look at the fact that America now has $37 trillion in debt. An elite that is soulless, mediocre, and unimaginative, okay? Barack Obama, J.D. Vance, this guy, Johnny Kim, okay? They're just robots. Oh, and Donald Trump, okay? So thank you, American meritocracy, for destroying the world. Okay? All right, questions, guys. I know this was a lot to take in, but do you have any questions? You're all depressed and sad and shocked. Yep, we have a question. Thank you.
Like, is there a way to get rid of all those bad impacts of this? I mean, like, is there some suggestions for us to help us better develop ourselves, not just using the system?
Okay, great question, okay? So the real solution is to destroy the Ivy League, okay? And there are different ways you can destroy the Ivy League. The best way is to make them public, okay? For the government to come in and control them. Because a lot of the issue stems from the fact that these are institutions that only care about their own power, okay? So if the government were in charge, they wouldn't be so powerful and secretive, okay? So that's the best solution. It's not gonna happen because Harvard, as you can see, it's too powerful, as well as Yale. So as an individual, your best option is to recognize how evil the system is and choose to learn for yourself, okay? Because when you go to Yale or Harvard or Princeton, you think you're learning, but you're not. You're being indoctrinated and being brainwashed and being traumatized to be turned into basically a robot that's only focused on success. So you need to recognize this, be truthful to yourself, and focus on real learning, okay? So what do I mean by that? Okay, so let me, let me explain. Okay, so success.
Let me make
what is
one
real success
point here.
Well, before
it is actually interesting to me how much this guy sounds like a MAGA voter. Talking about destroying the Ivy Leagues and government controlling them and stuff like that. This is very MAGA-like, at least as far as the education the university system goes. Surprising.
For the meritocracy, you didn't have to go to college, but you need to have certain values and attitude, okay? So the first was to be open-minded. And so recognize that you have a lot to learn and ask questions, learn from other people, okay? And what people recognized was failure is the best teacher. Why? Because failure forces reflection, right? And resilience, which leads to learning. Okay? And this is a model that most people understood before the meritocracy. Keep an open mind, make mistakes, because if you make mistakes, you will learn from them naturally. And then you can reflect, and then you can become resilient, and then you will grow, and then you will achieve your true potential, okay? The meritocracy has destroyed this system. Why? Because now we just want to focus on grades, okay? And to get good grades, you cannot fail. You understand? Failure now is a problem. If you fail a class, you may learn a lot from your failure, but it won't look good on your GPA, right? It will destroy your GPA, and you won't get into Harvard, okay? You don't have failure, you cannot have reflection, you cannot have resilience. Also, before you had time for yourself. Nowadays, every minute is organized for you, right? You come to school, the school day is very long, then you have lots of homework, and then you have activities. Then you have to have dinner, then all that. You don't even have time to just think for yourself, to just chill and do what you want to do, okay? It's intentional, okay? So destroying reflection, you don't have any resilience, and so you can't learn anything. So it's a really bad system, because if you're like me, okay, you're just a normal person, your family's not rich or powerful, and you go to Yale and Harvard, it actually makes you fail in life. Okay, let me explain why. Okay, the first is it makes you arrogant. It makes you think, I went to Yale, therefore I know more than everyone else, so I don't have to ask questions. I don't have to learn anymore. Okay. Second is that it makes you utilitarian. You only care about things that help you succeed. You're not actually interested in real learning anymore. Okay? And the third thing is all you care about is success. So you're narrow-minded. You don't want to explore, okay? You're not so creative anymore. Okay? So it's a great system if you come from a rich family, because this system trains you to go into power. But if you're just like me and you need to work hard and be talented and be committed to your passion in order to succeed, this actually destroys all that. And that's why probably the most traumatized people in America are those who came from poor families, who had a dream of going to Ivy League, who got the Ivy League, and then they just failed in life because they don't have the ability to succeed. They don't have the reflective ability. They don't have the resilience. They're not open-minded. They don't accept failure. They're not committed to learning. They're only committed to success. Okay? So if you're rich, go to Harvard and Yale and Princeton because you'll become more rich. But if you're a poor person, going to these schools may be a mistake. Okay? Certainly for me, it was a mistake because after I graduated, I stumbled through life. For me, it was just failure after failure after failure because I want to succeed right away. Okay, I refused to put the time and effort to learning a real skill.
So this guy went to Harvard?
And learning a real passion.
Wow.
And so in my 30s, late 20s, early 30s, I became really depressed. And honestly, I thought about killing myself, and I was playing video games every single day. I just hid in my parents' basement. And so
he should have.
I was traumatized by Yale.
He should have started a fucking YouTube channel. He would. What in hell? Why didn't he start a YouTube channel?
And I was playing video games every single day. I just hid in my parents' basement. And so I was traumatized by Yale. It took me a long time to get over the trauma and recognize this is a false system. Okay? Yale traumatized me, and I need to relearn to be open-minded, to embrace failure, to be resilient, to embrace learning, okay? And that's why I'm a teacher today, to teach you guys that to be successful in life, this is the formula, okay? You don't need Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. All right? All right, any more questions, guys? Yep.
Hey, you know what? This sounds like a perfect incel life. I don't know. Maybe having a girlfriend could have saved him. Who knows? But I think he's back. Apparently, he got so depressed he came all the way to China, back to China, to. I don't. This is amazing. But all I have to say is that some of what he's saying is right. But what amazes me is that he basically, whatever happened to him at Yale and afterwards, he is just totally like, he's kind of got a warped take on all this. He's right in that, you know, about the grades and stuff like that, people, you know, kids wanting to be successful right away. But there are exceptions to the rule. But this basically goes back to my point about parenting. All this stuff, the level setting, how you handle success, how you handle failure, all that is in the parenting phase. And I think really he could just write one word on that board and it would be parenting. It is so important. And America is not doing it very well. I will agree that, you know, a lot of the values, not to pick on Kelvin, but this stuff about, you know, the Mickey Mouse degree and all that, to me, there is no bad degree. The actual question is whether you should go to college and get that degree. Okay, if I really had my way, you know, everybody who goes to college should have a 3.5 GPA and demonstrate that, you know, they have the skills to actually learn at a higher level. And part of the skills is patience, you know, the wanting to actually learn versus succeed. That stuff he gets right, but he gets a lot of stuff that's kind of not wrong, but just kind of warped or skewed, you know, as far as viewpoint. But parenting, all this, you know, the success, the failure, the grades, the goals, the priorities, that all comes under proper parenting.
Well,
And that his parents
can we do both?
parents let him stay in their basement playing video games after he graduated from college. Sounds like they weren't very good parents. They weren't very good parents as well.
Like open-minded and get the grades and being rich?
Okay.
Is it a possible thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go into some psychology here. Okay. But psychologists have discovered that we have two modes of being. Okay. There's the altruistic mode, and there's the utilitarian mode. Okay. Okay. So utilitarian is what we call fight or flight. Okay. Altruistic is just family and connections. So imagine we're back in the
Utilitarian
village.
is fight or
okay?
flight?
And most of the time we are, yeah.
But you said that all the psychology is just brainwashing.
Okay. Yes, psychology is not all brainwashing. There's some validity to it, okay? And so I'm not saying this is scientific fact. I'm just saying this is a good way to understand how things work, okay? All right? All right. So so in the village, we spend most of the time being close to other people, right? We want to be friends with other people, so we help each other out. But sometimes we have to be very utilitarian. So for example, if there's not enough food, okay, or we're being attacked, guess what? Run, man. Okay? So there are these two mindsets. And what psychologists have discovered is
I realize this is a lot of propaganda.
It's either one
but I
or
actually
the
believe
other.
his story.
The other thing that they discovered is the altruistic mindset is what leads to creativity. Okay? Creativity, and passion, and love. Okay? And the utilitarian mindset is one that's focused on rewards, okay, like grades. So it is impossible to both want to have really good grades as well as help the world. But what's interesting is Harvard wants that, okay? So in your application, you have to say to Harvard, I have a passion. I will die for my passion. But at the same time, I want to be a billionaire. And I will die trying to be a billionaire. At the same time, I know it's important to be loyal to Harvard, so I will die being loyal to Harvard, okay? And the only people who can do this are people who have dissociative personality disorder, okay? And they can test for that in the application. They're so experienced that they know exactly how you think, okay? They all, like, come on, guys. You would not apply to Harvard if you're not utilitarian, okay? Right? But you have to pretend you're not. And that's what makes people crazy, okay? Because you're basically an actor. Harvard wants the best actors in the world. They want people to go for like pretending that's something they're not, okay? They want Barack Obama. The problem with Barack Obama is he's soulless. He stands for nothing, okay? In 2008, he promised people hope and change. The moment he gets in office, he's like, sorry, man, I was just joking. Why did you believe me? Okay. Then in 2012, when it was time for re-election, he said, oh, you know what? I want hope and change. Okay. In 2016, he's like, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to go water skiing now. Okay. So the man is actually soulless. Stands for nothing. All right.
I'm gonna say it though. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna say this guy could be MAGA. Y'all are saying Chinese spy. I'm saying he actually could go work for the Trump administration, bashing Democrats in elite colleges, and he would fit right in. It's Professor Zhang. It's right up there on the screen. He's got a whole channel. Oh yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff. As a matter of fact, I have two more videos which I won't get to today, where he's talking about Dante, the Divine Comedy, and he also talks about Homer and the Iliad and Odyssey. I will play more, but it's today, and yesterday we're pretty much talking about America under Trump. So this kind of fit into the theme. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to get more back into relationships, masculinity, and femininity. I have some videos that I've been stockpiling, to do a theme like that. I don't know that he would have beat Mamdani. I don't think he has the personality like Mamdani does. But anyway, let's see. We're at 4.5. Let's see. What else did I have? I can't remember. So we've done this one. We've done this one. We'll play this short one. You know what? Let's watch a little bit of this. This is did Marjorie Taylor Greene just start the post-Trump MAGA era? I want to see what Matt Lewis has to say. This is about a 46-minute long video. Not sure that we'll get through the whole thing because I'm actually getting kind of tired. But I want to see what some of his takes are on this.
I think he always. Hey guys, it's Matt. I hope you're doing well. We're going to do something a little different today. This morning, I was up way too early on MS Now with Ali Vitali, and we had a really good discussion about this Republican civil war taking place right now, playing out as we speak between folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Donald Trump. And it has to do with everything from bombing Iran to the Epstein files to the Obamacare subsidies, whether to renew them, and whether Donald Trump has lost touch with his populist base. So it was a really good discussion. I think we got into some pretty interesting substance. So I encourage you to watch that on MS Now. And but then afterwards, I'm going to talk to, this is even more of a departure from the normal podcast that we do here. But I read a really cool book called Ozzy and Me by a guy named Stephen Ray, who became friends with Ozzy Osbourne at a young age. Ozzy this was after Black Sabbath, and this was a young man at the time, and they had a 40-year friendship, and he wrote a memoir about it called Ozzy and Me. So I really liked it. So check that out as well. And thanks for watching, and here's my clip.
New analysis from Axios says the movement remains pro-Trump, but it's less influential in driving the president's actual agenda as rifts unfold over what it means to be truly America first when Trump focuses attention on Israel or Venezuela while working class voters are hurting in America. Feuds include that of Tucker Carlson versus Ben Shapiro over Israel, as well as the rising influence of Nick Fuentes and young white nationalists using racist rhetoric. Meanwhile, a fight over the release of the Epstein files has erupted into a very public split between President Trump and Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Greene told CNN she still supports Trump, saying her push for accountability on the Epstein documents was about transparency, not disloyalty, adding she hopes the president will deliver for the country.
I think that the American people deserve to be put first. That's what Make America Great Again meant to me. And I think that President focuses his effort. And I think that's what I want to see. I think that's what the country wants to see. Even if he's attacking me, I do want him to be successful for the American people.
Now, Greene says she'd be open to reconciling with the president, but she also accused Trump of fueling dangerous rhetoric that's putting her life now at risk, reporting receiving hoax pizza deliveries and a pipe bomb threat at her business. She also acknowledged that when others were at the center of that kind of ire, she didn't push back, and she apologized for that. In a post on social media, she wrote, "Aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who were radicalized by the same type of rhetoric being directed at me now, this time by the president of the United States." Still, last night, Trump dismissed those concerns.
We'll see what happens. Her life could be a danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
Want to bring in now author, columnist, and
There's your
conservative
president,
Matt Lewis.
folks.
Matt, how things change and how quickly they do. I mean, this is not the kind of rhetoric that any public official or anyone should be subjected to. And yet you see now Marjorie Taylor Greene seemingly aware of the fact that, yeah, it's her at the center of it right now, but dozens of other politicians and public figures have been at the center of Trump's ire and received exactly this kind of treatment, from Nikki Haley to tons and tons of other Democrats. So her reaction, I mean, what do you make of the fact that this is going on, that she's acknowledging that she's only just realizing the power of the president's words now? I mean, talk about what you see happening here.
I think there's a real eye-opening moment right now. You have someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think for the first time, maybe, and I think she's actually in many ways a true believer. I think she drank the Kool-Aid sincerely. She believes in MAGA more than Donald Trump believes in MAGA as an ideology. And I think her eyes have, to a certain degree, been opened to. If you listen to her talk, she actually is talking about the power of words to possibly be dangerous and inspire violence. And she says this is maybe an epiphany after Charlie Kirk. But this reminds me of something else that's happening right now, which are conservative movement leaders and conservative opinion leaders who have suddenly discovered that, oh my gosh, anti-Semitism is a problem out there, that we've built this monster over the last decade. And now, so on multiple fronts, I think you have people on the right who are now coming to realize, some of them, that they have helped build this monster, and now they have to find a way to restrain it, or it will come to get them, as monsters usually do.
Yeah, as they always do. I mean, look, the fact that she's realizing the impact of words on the horrifying landscape of political violence that we're seeing, good. Everyone within politics right now should take a look at this landscape and do what they can to try to cool things off, bring passion to debates, but then also not make it.
When you've got a classic ride, you need tools you trust. Whether you drive it every day or only take it out on the biggest night of the year, count on Harbor Freight.
What the hell?
Early Black Friday is here.
It looks like an ordinary staircase.
Whoa. What the fuck? Where did these commercials come from? Are those inline?
Unified wins. And up until recently, clearly, I think Democrats have been having this identity crisis. What do they stand for? But right now, we have seen, and certainly after the 2025 elections in New Jersey, Virginia, New York City, Republicans are having these internal battles, trying to figure out who's in charge. I also think a lot of this jockeying, frankly, though, isn't about 2026. It's really about 2028. And some of it also is just the product of Donald Trump now being perceived as a lame duck, I think rightly so. I think he always crafted this really unwieldy coalition for 2024 that was probably unsustainable. I think physically, he's just not up to it anymore, to the degree that he was able to kind of impose his will on people. He doesn't have the energy, maybe physically. But I also think there's something else here. You know, Donald Trump used to go around the country doing these rallies all the time, and it was sort of a focus group. He would say something crazy. The audience would either respond positively or negatively, and it helped him craft his message to appeal to kind of a populist constituency. I don't think he has that now. He's hearing from ideologues like Stephen Miller, or he's hearing from billionaires, in his cabinet, or donors. And so Donald Trump, I think, is increasingly isolated and out of touch with his own populist movement.
As someone who went to, I think, more than 250 of those rallies, it was always a way for him to litmus test. And he would actively poll the crowd. Do you think I should do this? Do you think I should do this? On everything from his VP choice to policy decisions. I think you're right about that. But then I also look at the way that you frame it as the ideologues and the billionaires. And those are actually two different places of policy nexuses, right? And what I see happening here is that Trump is you're right, the head of a coalition that was never going to sustain beyond him, but it's going to be a problem for whoever comes next. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, even in those two names, they're going to have different prescriptions on what the party should stand for. So ultimately, where do you think that this goes next as the party is actively grappling with being post-Trump, even as it is very much amid the Trump era?
This is going to be a complete mess, right? Because you've got a few dynamics happening. First, people are running for 2028, whether they admit to it or not. I mean, they're going to start jockeying for position. And the way you jockey for position is not to be the same. Because if everyone is identical, then J.D. Vance is the obvious heir apparent. So it's to try to separate yourself. If you're Ted Cruz, how do you make an argument? If you're Marco Rubio, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene possibly is now running for president. So the fact that there is now a shadow 2028 campaign, I think inevitably leads to conflict. Republicans are not afraid of Donald Trump anymore. We're seeing this with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're seeing this with Thomas Massie. We're seeing this in Indiana, where local Republicans are defying Donald Trump. And so I think the spell is starting to break. And the question, though, for Republicans is, after we get through all this turmoil and fighting, can anybody have the charisma of Donald Trump, right? Because one thing we've seen in the last decade is when Trump is on the ballot, they have a good chance of winning. Yes. When Donald Trump's not on the ballot, not so much. And so all this fighting, and then you get to someone who maybe just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you say it's going to be a complete mess. I think that's kind phrasing to do it. Matt Lewis, we will leave it there. Thank you, as always, for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to turn to Stephen Ray, who is out with a great new memoir called Ozzy and Me, Life Lessons, Wild Stories, and Unexpected Epiphanies from 40 years of friendship with the Prince of Darkness. Stephen Ray, great to talk with you.
Okay, well, that is, I think that's going to be it. Well, I tell you what, if you guys, let me drop this link, and you guys can continue watching it on your own if you're interested. I'm sure there are probably some Ozzy Osbourne fans in this audience. So there's the link. And I am going to go ahead and start finishing off dinner here. Don't think I'm forgetting anything. And everybody, make sure you hit the like button on the way out. And also, interesting. Also, make sure that if you're new to the channel, please go ahead and subscribe to it. Also, if you have any comments after on the replay, feel free to leave comments. I do at least react, if not respond to them. Sin7, if you happen to hear this, I am looking into showing that video you suggested. I just want to make sure that there are no copyright issues with it. And make sure that you all support the host and support the show as we go through the week. And tomorrow we're basically going to be doing some relationship feminization, masculization, if that's a word, some relationship stuff in that area. It's not going to be getting up here necessarily and reacting to a channel or anything like that, but it'll be along those lines. So everyone, have a good night, and I will be back around 1 or 1:30 tomorrow. I was late today, and the reason I was late actually is I couldn't sleep last night, So I wound up on Nightish's panel for a while. And once I got off the panel this morning, I went back to bed and slept later than I intended to. But no, not unless now, Slick, is that a special request of yours? We can dedicate a day to something that you're interested in. I had no idea, but you're one of the day one crew. We can accommodate you, buddy. Just put a 1 in the chat if you want to explore your pet topic here. Just put a 1. So just you, hey, my email. Oh, by the way, you can also support the show with show ideas like Slick Rick just did. and my email address is stanley@jghb.info. It's in the crawl at the bottom. If you need to send me an anonymous show recommendation, then no, I don't have Apple Pay. I don't have I've got a whatchamacallit, can you have Apple Pay with an Android phone? I don't know if you can, but we'll work it out. But I don't know. Can someone tell me, can you have Apple Pay on an Android phone? I would imagine you couldn't. I've got GPay. No, I'm doing a laptop, CK. I've kind of outgrown desktops. You streaming from a laptop or desktop? Yeah, okay. Well, I've got Google Pay. But anyway, I do laptops. Funny enough, I learned on Apple IIe's years and years ago, learned computers on Apple IIe's, but once I started using PCs, I just liked it better, liked the operating system better, and I've really never moved away. But I've used on occasion, like my son has he's got a Windows gaming computer, but he's got a Apple Mac laptop, and I've used it maybe once, and it's not hard to navigate. Safari, I think, is the operating system. It's pretty much like Windows. But anyway, I am going to sign off. CK, it's good to see you. I will be back around 1 or 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, and we will go from there. Y'all have a good night.